出した。Hopefully I'll be able to stay for the whole thing till the end.
We are live now. Good evening. If you're listening to this, we are all Indians, inclusive, global, and multicultural event organized by Forces of Renewal, Genocide Watch, the International State Crime Initiative at the Queen Mary University of London in UK, Indian American Muslim Council of the United States, Hindus for Human Rights, Never Again Association, and Genocide Documentation Center in Cambodia. So we are not aligned with any faith, any ideology, but we share concern and advocate for the universal fellowship of all humans. So we are all Indians today. That means that those of us who are fellow humans of Indian nationals in India or in diaspora, as well as those Indians inside India, over 1.4 billion people, all of us are one today. And I am Zani. I am one of the organizers and the host. And this event is truly global in the age where the permanent members states of the United Nations Security Council are preparing for wars and aggression. And so we turn to civil society organizations because the United Nations institutions and leading nation states have been failing all of us in a distressful situation. So the inspiration for this event came from Tapan Kumar Bose, who is a longtime journalist, a dissident, human rights and refugee rights activist, filmmaker, and a very truly renowned leader in human rights across Asia and beyond. And Tapan's note of concern triggers some of us into action. And even the poster itself, Indonesian graphic designer sister designed it, and a very well-known Thai graffiti artist named Hedek Stensto, or known as Bangsi of Thailand, did the artwork, and the Bangladeshi researcher sister did all the research for me and assisted me. And the webmaster is English, the gentleman working in Tokyo. And there's so many of us here today. The oldest is 92-year-old, a very renowned musician, David Amram, based in New York City, and you will know many of his songs through Hollywood box hits such as Manchuria Candidate and others. The youngest would be a Cambodian researcher from the Documentation Center doing her postgraduate studies in South Korea. So we have people from and nationalities of about 24 different countries and over 50 speakers. Without further ado, I want to start this We Are All Indians event with a video clip, 1 minute 30 seconds, created specifically for the event by two Iranian journalists from Tehran. And that clip will be followed by a Bengali classical and Tagore musician, Sharad Protiti. Now, may I now call on Sharad Protiti of the Gold Covers Ensemble. That she's originally from Bangladesh and one of the best Bengali musicians, and she will be playing from Canada. And we are all very, very grateful to Sharad Protiti, who just had a 2-month-old baby, and despite her duties at home, she will be playing 3 numbers today. Protiti?
Thank you, Dr. Zarni, for an introduction I do not deserve. I thank you for inviting me here. It's really an honor. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth. Like in these 4 lines from his famous poem, Chitto Jetha Bhoy Shunno, Rabindranath Tagore has always expressed his anti-communalist and anti-racist values. Today, I'm going to sing Tagore's songs that reflect our aspirations for a world free of tyranny. He moved against the tide, protesting injustice through his lyrics and music, some of which turned out to be iconic landmarks in modern Bengali music, like Oder Badhon Jotoi Shokto Hobe. Before I begin, here is the English translation of the song. Should they tighten their grip, the more it is likely to fall apart. More they redden their eyes, our eyes open more. Promptly, you must dive into action. Dream time is over. Louder should they roar, our drooping eyes open wider. Harder should they try to break, they reconstruct doubly. Never lose your hope, the master is awake. More should they stamp on beliefs, down goes their flag. ওদের বাঁধন যতই শক্ত হবে ততই বাঁধন টুটবে মোদের ততই বাঁধন টুটবে ওদের যতই আঁখি রক্ত হবে মোদের আঁখি ফুটবে ততই মোদের আঁখি ফুটবে ওদের বাঁধন যতই শক্ত হবে ততই বাঁধন টুটবে মোদের ততই বাঁধন টুটবে আজকে যে তোর কাজ করা চাই স্বপ্ন দেখার সময় তো নাই আজকে যে তোর কাজ করা চাই স্বপ্ন দেখার সময় তো নাই এখন ওরা যতই ঘরে যাবে ভাই তন্দ্রা ততই ছুটবে মোদের তন্দ্রা ততই ছুটবে ওদের বাঁধন যতই শক্ত হবে ততই বাঁধন টুটবে মোদের ততই বাঁধন টুটবে ওরা ভাঙতে যতই যাবে জোরে গড়বে ততই দ্বিগুণ করে ভাঙতে যতই যাবে জোরে গড়বে ততই দ্বিগুণ করে ওরা যতই রাগে মারবে রেখা ততই যে ঢেউ উঠবে ওরে ততই যে ঢেউ উঠবে তোরা ভরসা না ছাড়িস কভু জেগে আছেন জগৎ প্রভু ভরসা না ছাড়িস কভু জেগে আছেন জগৎ প্রভু ওরা ধর্ম যতই তুলবে ততই ধুলায় ধ্বজা লুটবে ওদের ধুলায় ধ্বজা লুটবে ওদের বাঁধন যতই শক্ত হবে ততই বাঁধন টুটবে মোদের ততই বাঁধন টুটবে ওদের যতই আঁখি রক্ত হবে মোদের আঁখি ফুটবে ততই মোদের আঁখি ফুটবে ওদের যত বাঁধন শক্ত হবে ততই বাঁধন টুটবে মোদের ততই বাঁধন টুটবে Thank you very much.
Thank you, Protiti. May I request Abosch to give his opening remarks, that we swap the music and the opening speech. Taponji. Tapon? Tapon, you are muted. You are muted.
We can't hear you, Tapan.
Tapon, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Yes.
Yeah. So, no, what I said in the beginning that, it's fantastic the way within 7 days journey, you have achieved this program and, got so many people come together, and salute to everybody who are here today on a response, the call for a global, sort of, as we call it, a shout against genocide of Muslims in India. The genocide of Rwanda, Bosnia, and Myanmar perhaps could have been prevented, or at least their intensity reduced, if only the international committee had taken note of the early warnings and preventive measures. In India, too, we did not heed the genocidal violence of Muslims in 2002 in the state of Gujarat that was ruled by Narendra Modi. The trigger then was a fire on a train compartment in which 58 Hindu pilgrims were killed. Unless 3 days of mass killing of Muslims in Gujarat, Hindu mobs torched Muslim homes, business, killed Muslim men, women, and children, and erased mosques and graves, allegedly with the complicity of police and political leaders. More than nearly 2,000 people were killed, and over 100,000 Muslims were pushed into a state of, in the state's deprecate refugee camps in Gujarat 2002. This was perhaps the first pogrom in independent India after 1947. But the liberal and the secularists were stunned. The propagators of Hindu nationalism, the India's right-wing Hindu, read this violence in Gujarat differently. The RSS, the main ideological force behind Hindu nationalism, said, let the minorities understand that their safety, their real safety lies in the goodwill of the majority. All other religions, they said, must assimilate to India's Hindu core, accepting Hinduism and Hindus as superior citizens. Unfortunately, the liberal and the political left parties saw Gujarat as an aberration, as indeed they did the 1992 raising of the Babri Mosque by a Hindu mob, while the top BJP leadership was looking on. They did not see that the Hindu nationalists had successfully infiltrated the populist anti-corruption movement of 2011 and 2012. The anti-corruption movement was based on the idea that people were pure, people were good, and the ruling elite, the Congress and other political parties, the intellectual class, were really corrupt. The liberal and political parties lost election in 2014, general election, and BJP came to power, as you remember, with Modi as the prime minister. Modi then projected himself as a man of development, the architect of Gujarat's golden era, which made apparently 6 million Gujaratis very happy. In fact, most of these claims are already and have been proved hollow. But what happened was the captains of industry in India, they all lined up to back up Modi at that point of time, because Modi was seen as a pro-business politician. The pro-corporate media also successfully popularized the slogan that Modi was good for business. the campaign went on so effectively that even finally the poor and the unemployed also came to believe it. And in 1919, as a result, we saw Modi being re-elected once again on the agenda of constructing one Hindu nation. Hindu nationalism or Hindutva is the, as is used by the RSS, to carry the concept of Hindu supremacy, differentiating the true citizen, the true citizens from the others. Today, we are in a situation where the dissent has become completely criminalized. A whole slew of anti-national laws against journalists, human rights defenders, advocates, civil society activists has been brought together. Working of civil society organizations are being obstructed. Kind of Kafkaesque situation has been created for them that they're unable to respond, and every time they respond, another set of questions is thrown through them. And as a result, what we have seen that by 2018, nearly 20,000 non-government organizations found their licenses rejected, cancelled. And unfortunately, we are in a situation. Forgive me because I seem to have a little breathing problem. Unfortunately, the statutory institutions, the courts and the election commission, have also been compromised. Of concern today is the politicization of Indian Army, which began under the leadership of the late Chief of Defense, General Rawat. He allowed political right-wing social media propaganda and literature to be used and circulated within the army barracks, and debates were encouraged in the barracks. So what is clear today is whether the Indian army should be politicized or not. The question is how much of politicization should take place. The extent to which we have come to condone hate speech was the dramatic event of happened in the last month of 2021 in December, in the so-called conclave of sadhus, the holy men and women, who directly called for genocide of Muslims from a Dharma Sangsad, that is a congregation for religion. One of the speakers there said, like Myanmar, the police and the politicians, the army and every Hindu in India must pick up weapons to do this cleansing. There is no other option left. A senior leader of one of the most staunch right-wing Hindutva or Hindu nationalist party known as the Hindu Mahasabha, a member of which was the assassin for Mahatma Gandhi. He killed him, Nathuram Godse. This party till date even worship Godse, the killer of Gandhi. Now, this person, Sakhum Pandey, Pooja Sakhum Pandey, he had said in that meeting, if 100 of us are willing to pick up guns and are willing to kill 2 million Muslims, we will then be able to resolve this problem of 200 million. What a fantastic kind of statements. There were others who called on the Hindus to be prepared, to buy new weapons, to modernize their weaponry so that they can, and even emulate the Prabhakaran, the leader of LTTE, so that the Muslims can be finished off. And today, as the Nazi used to call Jews as rats, the Tutsi and Rwandas were called cockroaches. The BJP leaders and ministers also now refer to our Muslim brothers and sisters as termites eating away Indian resources, denying Hindus what is due to them in their own land. The founding fathers of the RSS and the BJP were deeply inspired by fascism of Hitler and Mussolini.
Can you wrap up in 30 seconds?
Yes, sure. What I want to point out is that hate speech can trigger violence. We have seen it. But Prime Minister Modi and his cabinet colleagues have remained silent even till date after this hate speech, the direct call for genocide. And this is the most serious development. We are moving towards elections in some of the important states. And if we look back in the past, the BJP, whenever it felt insecure, it used violence, communal violence in the constituencies to mobilize people, to polarize vote. A lot of us are very worried what they might do during the elections. And of course, the minority community, the Muslims, are very, very scared today. They do not feel safe at all. And I think they're correct in thinking that anything can happen. Thank you, Zani. Sorry if I overshot my time.
I hope your health gets better. And thank you so much, Tapunji. The next segment is Professor Noam Chomsky's 9-minute or 8 minutes pre-recorded speech. He is incredibly busy today, so he cannot do live, and so he was very gracious with his time, and I recorded his speech 2 nights ago, and that will be followed by one of the leading hate monitors of journalists from Wired. I will introduce him properly when when his slot is up. Let me pull up Professor Chomsky's. Just bear with me for a second. Okay. Bear with me for a second. I cannot access Professor Chomsky's. Okay, I have it. Now it needs to be shared. Got it. My apologies. Ready?
Rani, your sound is off.
The sound is off.
Sound you have to unmute.
Okay. Now,
Sorry, we can't hear anything from the video, Maung.
Oh, just bear with me for a second. No sound at all, huh?
yeah.
When you're sharing the screen, you might have to use the button share sound as well. So if you've not done that, then it's possible that the sound cannot be heard.
Okay, let me.
So before you share the screen, you'll get a small icon that says, do you want to share the sound as well? And then you click on that.
Okay.
And you would be able to, then it should be okay.
Okay, all right. Let me just go back. So. Got it. Thank you, Sindhuja.
And a pleasure to introduce
Is it working?
Professor Noam Chomsky. And he needs no introduction the way Marx or any other philosophers and scientists of iconic stature would need no introduction. Professor Chomsky.
In his magisterial scholarly study, Crusaders and Jihadis, the great late historian William Polk reviewed the 1,000-year war against the mostly Muslim global South. In recent years, the war has escalated in grim and painful ways. The Rohingya people in Myanmar have long suffered harsh repression within their homeland. And since 2015, the crimes have escalated to virtual genocide. Half the population has been brutally expelled. Many others are in concentration camps. The expulsion was accompanied by savage atrocities. The large majority fled to Bangladesh, where they live in refugee camps under miserable conditions, forgotten by the world. Turning elsewhere, Israel has expanded its war against the indigenous Palestinian population. By now, even major human rights organizations condemn Israel as a second apartheid state. Just today, Amnesty International joined Human Rights Watch in issuing this condemnation. 2 million Palestinians, half of them children, seek to survive in densely populated Gaza, justly described as an open-air prison. The prisoners are deprived even of potable water. Power and sewage systems have been smashed by periodic Israeli bombing. The rich fishing areas are barred to Gazans by Israeli gunboats. Official Israeli policy is to keep Gazans on what the official in charge called a diet, barely enough to survive, not enough for a toy or a bar of chocolate for a child living in the wreckage. Gaza is also subject to regular murderous military assaults, attacks that are justified on completely fraudulent pretexts. All of this takes place with US provided weapons and firm US diplomatic support, which under Trump reached the level of gratuitous savagery. Many Gazans survive on meager international support from UNRWA, Trump cut the lifeline, charging that Palestinians didn't treat him with enough respect after he had joined Israel in violating international law and Security Council orders by authorizing its illegal annexation of the Golan Heights and of greatly expanded Jerusalem. In the occupied West Bank, Palestinian villagers and farmers are attacked almost daily by violent, illegal settlers with complete impunity. Sometimes the Israeli army watches, sometimes participates, sometimes arrests victims of the attack. All of this proceeds because of firm US support in violation not only of law, but of world opinion, and even growing parts of American opinion. And these examples are awful enough, but they're far from the worst. The criminal invasion of Iraq killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, created millions of refugees, stirred up ethnic conflicts that have torn the region apart. One of the major crimes of the modern era. There should be no need for further comment. That is not all by any means. The pathology of Islamophobia is growing throughout the West. It's taking its most lethal form in India, where the Modi government is systematically dismantling Indian secular democracy and turning the country into a Hindu ethnocracy with almost 250 million Muslims becoming a persecuted minority. The assault is taking other forms as well, including a general attack on independent thought and the educational system, primarily directed against Muslim victims, but by now expanding beyond. That's apart from India's terrible crimes in Kashmir. Those crimes have a long history. They've been sharply escalated by Modi's right-wing Hindu nationalist regime. Kashmir is now brutally occupied territory under harsh military control, similar in some ways to occupied Palestine. There are some bright spots, like Kerala, and there's courageous resistance everywhere. But the 1,000-year war that William Polk eloquently described continues to be waged in full force. The situation in South Asia is particularly painful, not only because of what is happening in Pakistan as well, but also because of what is not happening. It's not a secret that if current trends persist, much of South Asia will be literally uninhabitable in the not distant future because of the ongoing destruction of the environment. There are feasible steps that can be taken to avert this horrendous catastrophe. They are not being taken at anything even close to what is needed. Instead, policies are directed to cruel repression and preparation for terminal war. The crime, of course, is not restricted to South Asia. The massive burden of guilt lies on the rich countries of the West, but the global South, which did not create the crisis, will be its most tragic victims, indeed already are, with South Asia's torment among the worst. There is hope, there are opportunities, not for long. Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Alishan Jafri. He is part of the Heartland Hate Watch out of the premier publication Wired.India. Alishan?
Thank you, Zani. I think I would like to state some facts and start with the most recent ones. And I've made a list of certain things that I'd like to speak during the course of this conversation. Yesterday, there was an assassination attempt on Asaduddin Owaisi, who's a member of the Indian Parliament, one of the most influential Muslim member of parliaments, by a fanatic Hindu nationalist. And it may be seen as an isolated instance, but in 2021, there were two similar incidents where his house was vandalized, and also the house of another prominent Muslim former member of parliament was attacked. I start on this note because it's very disturbing, and we have to see that a month before this attempt of assassination, in the same place, in the same district, there was a meeting of Hindu nationalist groups where right-wing Hindu nationalist leader openly declared and exhorted his followers to assassinate Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi. There was no action against him. And why am I mentioning that this happened yesterday? Because this is now happening to the most influential Indian Muslims. From 2014 to 2017-18, we saw a spate of hate crimes in the name of alleged Muslims eating or consuming beef. Then in 2019-20, we saw attacks in the name of a conspiracy called Love Jihad. In 2020 and 2021, we saw propaganda against Muslims spreading the coronavirus in the country. And in 2021 and 22, we are seeing people saying that Muslims do not deserve a right to life. Since it's very important to put this in context that in December 2021, as Tapan was speaking about the Haridwar conference, there were open calls for genocide of Muslims. Now, some people may say that this is just, these people just want some attention. They're doing this for public attention. They just want their politics to shine. However, this is not just abstract advocacy. We have seen that a similar Dharam Sansad before the riots in Northeast Delhi in 2020 by the same organizer, whose name is Yati Narsinghanand Saraswati, led to the violence in Northeast Delhi. Some of the people who had participated in these events actually went on to participate in the violence in Northeast Delhi. And a day before the violence against Muslims in Northeast Delhi, it was predominantly an anti-Muslim violence, where 3/4 of those almost killed were Muslims. Most of the serious property damage and attack on religious places was sustained by Muslims. But if you see, the people who have been arrested and who are being called the prime conspirators in the case also somehow happen to be Muslims. Now, it is very interesting that the other side of the story has been ignored, where people directly called for genocide of Muslims before the violence in Northeast Delhi. So what happened in Haridwar was not just abstract advocacy, and it did not just happened in Haridwar. There was another event a week after the event in Haridwar. It was organized in a non-BJP ruled state, in a Congress ruled state of Chhattisgarh, where there were open calls for slaughter of Muslims. Although the event was reduced to a person insulting Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, however, there were priests who openly called for violence against Muslims. There was a woman priest who said that that Hindu men should abduct and take Muslim women as hostages and commit sexual violence against them. And she's still free. Now, it is very important, and if I just come back to my first point, the point of Asaduddin Owaisi, there was an attempt on his life. If you see, the same priest who made the calls for genocide from Haridwar and also said also made calls for genocide before the violence in Northeast Delhi, in which his followers actually participated. There is no case against him in that, regarding that violence. So if you see, there was an article published by a right-wing website in 2021, in which the priest was quoted saying that if that Muslim parliamentarian comes to this area, I will shoot him down. And this exactly happened yesterday. He was literally, people shot at him. Now it's being said, and in the same article, it's also written, the priest has been quoted. He has said that if the police takes me into custody and does not let me shoot the man, I was anyway not going to shoot him. It was any of my followers can do the shooting, and I would be free. Nobody would be able to raise a finger against me. This is something which is very, very worrying, and we have seen that an organized campaign of hatred and violence and a spate of hate speeches against Muslims. I and my colleagues at The Wire, covered after the Haridwar Dharam Sansad, where there were also calls for violence against Christians. A priest openly said that if Christians openly celebrate Christmas, there would be violence against Christians. And on 25th December, my colleague from The Wire, Naomi Barton, she compiled a list of hate crimes in few states, and as many as 7 hate crimes against Christians on Christmas were reported. And the kind of impunity that these men enjoy, it's tremendous. People are openly calling for genocide. People are openly, violating the law. However, had it been a person from a minority community, there would have been actions. They would have been slapped. They would have been slapped with anti-terror laws. And my last point. Now, some people, and as a journalist, these are just some facts that I've mentioned. And also as a Muslim, when I see these hate videos all the time, it affects me as a person. It makes me feel that what is happening in my country, what is happening to my country? Why are these people who are attacking the most vulnerable Muslims and even the most influential Muslims like Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi or Mr. Salman Khurshid, why are they being let off? Why is there no action against them? These are some questions that we need to ask the Indian government. And the last point, that when do we actually stop a genocide? We stop a genocide before it actually happens. So I am not a person who's saying that it may happen, but it should not happen. That is the point of this conversation that we are having today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next person who will address the event is Dr. Rudaba Shahid, and she has written quite extensively and organized the different academic fora in US and UK. She is non-resident fellow at the South Asia Center at the Atlantic Council, and also she's a postdoctoral fellow at the New College in Florida. Dr. Shahid?
Thank you, Dr. Zarni. It is my honor and privilege to speak in this very timely and important event, highlighting the situation in India. In these few minutes, I would like to focus on how the proposed changes in citizenship laws in India have many uncomfortable similarities with neighboring Myanmar. The combination of the CAA and the NRC, which is believed to lead to citizenship deprivation, parallels citizenship law amendments in Myanmar, where constitutionally a certain group, namely the Rohingyas, were stripped of citizenship. The northeastern Indian state of Assam, where the National Registry of Citizenship, the NRC, can be traced, shows legal deprivations are tied to wider structures of racial purity, which is now taking a dangerous form. The process of citizenship deprivation in Assam, which is now being laid out across India, sets a negative precedent for post-colonial societies. It can be placed in broader global patterns of state violence, statelessness, and possible forced migration in attempts to homogenize a nation. In the 80s, the Myanmar military junta government decided that anyone whose ancestors were not originally from the territory of Myanmar in pre-colonial times was illegal. Such a citizenship categorization questions a person's humanity and belonging, and makes the deprivation of their rights politically and culturally acceptable. The creation of the NRC in Assam goes back to the Assam movement of the 80s and served as a tool for categorizing so-called illegal migrants for their future deportation. However, substantial advances were only made on the registry with the advent of the BJP government in the state in 2016. The concept of illegal migrant, which was used to claim ownership of land by Assamese nationalists, is now being utilized instrumentally by the BJP as part of a more comprehensive anti-minority project in India. The BJP has explicitly stated that the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, is an attempt to fulfill the promise of the religion-based partition of 1947. In 2019, the BJP brought in the CAA with the intention to protect those people who, in their eyes, were more worthy and valuable to their concept of the Indian nation. During the 2014 national election campaign, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made the deportation of quote-unquote Bangladeshis, a term which is often used to refer to Bengali-speaking Muslims in border states, as an electoral promise. During the next election campaign in 2019, the then BJP president and now Home Minister Amit Shah called the same group of people as termites, similar to the dehumanizing approach taken by Radio Rwanda in the 90s. In recent years, both domestically and internationally, civil society groups have raised their voices when state violence towards Bengali-speaking Muslims happens, but they still continue. In September of last year, oppressive police tactics of eviction and forced removal in Assam were resisted by local people, and this tragically ended in police brutality, killing a man named Moinul Haq. The violence against Muslims in border states is now being seen in Tripura, which never had a history of post-partition religious violence. This denaturalization process in India has additional similarities to Myanmar. In India, hate speech by extremist groups have become common, as Alishan just mentioned. Population control policies are being proposed to target minority groups, and even interreligious marriages are increasingly being seen as a kind of agenda to change the country's demography. This, of course, is happening at the same time as the detention centers are being built across India. Finally, all this, which is happening now in the world's largest democracy, India, echoes what had happened in Myanmar, a country which, by the way, has a history of 5 decades of autocratic military rule. So thank you, Dr. Zarni, and all the other organizers for arranging this event and for including me in this fantastic lineup of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid. The next speaker that I have the honor to introduce is Mr. Harsh Mander. And in fact, for those of us who have been following with some concern about what is happening in India, Harsh Mander really needs no introduction. He has run so many different civil society campaigns, and he's a director of Center of Equity Study, and perhaps more importantly, he founded the Caravan of Love, and that is designed to mitigate the rising temperature of mobilized hatred towards the Muslim and other minorities. And he just a couple of days ago, Oslo Peace Research Institute has published a piece saying that Mr. Mander has been shortlisted as far as the Peace Research Institute is for the upcoming Nobel Peace Prize. Harsh?
Thank you for organizing this gathering. India finds itself today in a frighteningly dark and violent space of fear and hate, as my earlier speakers have underlined. But this is a profoundly different country today from the one that was imagined and promised in the freedom struggle led by Mahatma Gandhi and what was written into our constitution. India, it was pledged, would be a humane and inclusive country, assuring equal citizenship in every way for people of every faith, caste, gender, language, culture, ethnicity. It would not matter which God you worship, or if you worship no God, you would be an equal citizen in every way. What led to the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi just months after India won its freedom? It was his insistence that India would belong equally to its Muslim citizens. It required immense courage. Pakistan had been constituted. Rivers of blood were flowing. Hindus and Muslims were killing each other. 1 million people died. 14 million people were displaced, including my own family from what is now in Pakistan. But he said India would be a country where Muslims would be equal citizens in every way. And this is what led to his assassination. India's immense tragedy is that people steeped deeply in the Hindu supremacist ideology that spurred Gandhiji's killing are ruling India today. And be very clear, it is they who are ruling India today. They seek an India that belongs to its caste Hindus, in which Muslims and Christians, but also Dalits, will live as second-class citizens in fear, always subordinate to the Hindu majority, without rights, or preferably they should be expelled. The Hindutva project requires a radical, violent rupture between India's Hindus and those of the other hated religions, India's Muslims and Christians. India's leaders are more determined than ever to push the country down this horrific path of hate, fear, and bloodshed. Is it correct then to believe that India is in real and present danger of a genocide? Many early signs of such possible violent catastrophes are visible everywhere in India. You only need the eye to see and the heart to care. Let me give just a few examples. My friends have already spoken about many. There's a stunning rise in toxic hate speech by senior leaders of government and the political parties. 1,130% increase since the Modi government compared to the preceding regime. Led sometimes by the Prime Minister, but much more shrilly by his Home Minister, several union chief ministers. This hate speech pandemic stigmatizes, taunts, insults, and sometimes openly incites violence against India's Muslims. They depict Muslims as bigoted and violent oppressors of Hindus in history, as breakers of Hindu temples, and in contemporary times variously as infiltrators, unpatriotic, loyal to Pakistan, terrorists, sexual predators, love jihadis, cow killers, child breeders. And Christians are portrayed as deviously deploying overseas donations to bribe impoverished people into converting into Christianity under the cloak of humanitarian services. Even Mother Teresa is not exempt from such hate constructions. Online and in public gatherings, a range of other right-wing supporters, from people in saffron robes, jobless youth, and to upmarket tech doyens, are even more candid in spouting their hate. As we heard, openly calling for mass killing, genocide, mass rape, boycotts, and expulsions. Sometimes, for the record, a thin line is claimed to be drawn from, officially distancing them from these fringe elements. But this wears thin because these hate mongers are rarely punished. Many are instead inducted into party positions. The Prime Minister actually follows some of the most poisonous hate spreaders on Twitter. Other signs of this dread of this pandemic of unrelenting hate is violence targeting India's Muslims. Brutal lynching by mobs in the name of cow protection have become routine. A child is beaten for drinking water in a temple. A youth daring to sell bangles to Hindu girls is beaten. Another for selling meat. But increasingly, people are being thrashed only for the crime of being visibly Muslim or for operating Christian places of worship. Most worrying are state actions that openly target Muslims. Kashmir, India's only Muslim majority state, is among the most militarized regions in the world. My friends have spoken about the potential impact of the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, which for the first time gives people of Muslim faith lesser rights to citizenship. Genocide Watch draws ominous parallels with Myanmar, as did my preceding speaker, where the Rohingyas were first declared non-citizens, then brutally attacked and expelled. This prospect of this citizenship law is rendered even more nightmarish for its frightening echoes of the Nuremberg laws in Nazi Germany. Many governments are passing love jihad laws which enable the police to criminalize Muslim men who consensually marry Hindu women. Large numbers are imprisoned under national security laws for allegedly trading in beef. And I can go on. It is tempting for supporters of the ruling establishment still to dismiss claims of possible genocide as alarmist, mischievous, motivated foreign interference, and not as efforts to alert the national conscience. But as the Holocaust Memorial Museum report also warns, we know from the Holocaust what can happen when early warning signs go unheeded. I'm ending here. I am in Germany for a few months, trying to learn from the German people how they courageously confronted their horrific Nazi past and tried to build a society built on fraternity. East German pastor Scholl Lemmer, speaking to Susan Neimer of what other countries can learn from Germany, said, and please, this is really important for our discussion today, you can learn, he declared, that no country, no culture, no religion is immune to falling into the abyss into which we fell. And once it begins, there'll always be people who will shut down their conscience and side with the strong man. Can we recognize that our leaders have taken India to the very edge of this very abyss? My desperate hope is only that enough of us don't shut down our conscience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harsh Mander. We have a number of some of the world's foremost scholars on genocide, as well as those who have lived through or survived different genocides in Cambodia, Bosnia, Auschwitz. Particularly one of the speakers that will be speaking shortly is the son of somebody who survived on Kinder transport. And so the next speaker I have a privilege and honor to introduce is a dear friend and colleague, and in many ways mentor, Professor Gregory Stanton. He was one of the earliest whistleblowers on the genocide that unfolded 10 years on in the full-fledged textbook manner. Professor Gregory Stanton, he testified before the U.S. Congress recently on this very specific issue, and I'm honored to offer him the floor. Greg?
Thank you, Zarni. It is a great honor, actually, to be here with these distinguished people who are speaking today, who are issuing this early warning against genocide in India. And as you know, we are not saying that genocide is already underway in India. We're just saying that these early warning stages are already present. And so what I want to talk to you about is how nationalism is such a dangerous force. It is resurgent in the world today, and how nationalism not only caused millions, hundreds of millions of deaths in the 20th century, but the resurgent nationalism that is present today in India, in Russia, in the United States, in many other countries, Hungary and many others, Poland, you can see this rising tide of nationalism and the huge danger that it poses, because nationalism is racism on steroids. Nationalism is racism on steroids. It is the same basic way in which people classify other people as others. People who are racists classify people who they conceive as not belonging to their race as others. And that force, which of course was central to colonialism, to apartheid, to segregation in America, to a lot of the mass murder that has occurred in history, that same force is present in nationalism. nationalism today in India has taken on one of its most murderous forms, and that is religious nationalism. Religious nationalism turns nationalism into a sacred force. And when you have a sacred force, people lose all perspective on what is human and what instead they believe to be ordained by God. So what we have here in India today is this murderous combination of religious nationalism. Now, we've seen it, of course, many times before. Religious nationalism, I think, was central to the Trump presidency. I think we've seen it also in the Crusades. We've seen it in the jihads. We've seen it in many other ways, because religion, when it is combined with nationalism, becomes deadly. Religions create centers. They're organized around centers, but they also create boundaries. And so that is why you have this extremely powerful desire to protect certain centers in every religion. We see it actually all over India, because there are many centers in Hinduism. And that is why you have these huge festivals where 1 million people will go to a place, as they did in Hardwar, and they do every year, and many other places in India. Rome is such a place in Christianity. In Jerusalem is a place like that in both Islam and in Judaism and in Christianity. We have, of course, the Kaaba in Saudi Arabia. In other words, these centers are ways in which people try to orient their consciousness. They try to treat these places as sacred. But at the same time, religions create boundaries. People believe that someone who is outside that boundary is somehow less than sacred. In other words, this boundary setting, this othering of other people, is a basic process of classification. It is a way in which people try to exclude whole groups of other people from full humanity. It is an essential step toward genocide. We saw it in the Nuremberg laws in Germany, when Jews were literally excluded from citizenship in Germany. We saw it in Myanmar in the 1982 citizenship laws that excluded Rohingya from citizenship. And now we're seeing it in India, where the attempts in the Citizenship Amendment Act, in the National Registry, and the censuses that are being carried out in Assam and have been threatened in the rest of India, threatened to exclude Muslims from full Indian citizenship. So this boundary setting, which I believe is a symptom of religious nationalism, is a very early warning sign of genocide. We do not predict that genocide will happen in India, because we believe Indian society is strong. India has a strong constitution. It is built on a secular concept of nationhood, a secular concept that is not religious. But those who are trying to turn it into religious nationalism are preaching a doctrine that will lead to genocide. I hope we can stop it. In some ways, this gathering this morning is a sign that we can, because despite the COVID black cloud that hangs over the world, COVID has also taught us with a silver lining that we are all part of the same human race, that we can transcend these national boundaries, that we, in fact, are fully and primarily human. And that is why I believe we are a vanguard for a new consciousness. And yet, is it so new? No. It was taught by Jesus. It was taught by the Buddha. It was taught in all of the world's religions that we are all part of the same human race. So that is why I believe we can overcome this terrible religious nationalism that seems to be now taking hold in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gregory Stanton. I am aware that we are 15 minutes behind, but we will carry on. So the next speaker sends his video clip because the internet line is extremely unreliable. He spoke from Rangoon, and he spent part of his childhood in New Delhi, India, as the son of a Burmese diplomat, and he has deep concerns for India. And on his own native Burma, he has worked tirelessly for democratization, and he spent 11 years behind bars. And his name is Dr. Kinzo Win, and I will see if I can.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. My name is Kinzo Wen, and I run a think tank called Tabatima Institute, which is based in Yangon, Myanmar. I wanted to ask, what makes me want to speak out on the matter of discrimination and violence against Muslims in India? Firstly, because I'm engaged in activism on the very same and ugly issue in Myanmar. It's directed against Myanmar's Muslims and other ethnic and religious minorities, and has been going on for at least a decade. What I see being played out in India are the same sentiments, but on a larger and fiercer scale. Secondly, Myanmar is a neighbor and was once part of India till the late 1930s. And finally, my motivation arises from having spent a childhood in India. I say this because these early formative years in a land of great diversity has shaped me and fitted me for the challenges that we are facing now in later life. I won't ground my arguments in abstract or philosophical terms. It will be totally pragmatic. There is a moral dimension to what's happening, and India seems to be rapidly losing the moral standing it once had in the decades after independence. And I won't deny that there is a security angle too, with the presence of large Muslim populations in the region. But the instruments of diplomacy and statecraft can be employed for the advantage of all. It is the public that, above all, deserves attention from leaders, because this concerns all the people of India, and by extension, the neighborhood too. Speaking from experience, it is truly sad that in Myanmar, in the last decade in particular, unprincipled, weak, and self-serving leaders, military as well as civil, had been using the religious and communal cards for their own ends. And you can see what this has meant for Myanmar, the Rohingya crisis being the most prominent example. Let me call upon the Indian people, political leaders, intellectuals, and activists to not let a similar fate befall India yet again. I see India as being wiser than that, and I hope I'm not wrong, and that this prevails again.
The next speaker I have the pleasure to call on to speak is my sister Rahima Begum. She's the British of Bangladeshi origin, and she's the artistic director and co-founder at this very reputable small international activist organization called Restless Being. Rahima.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you for bringing us all together. I'll keep mine short. I felt it was quite important to mention a moment I had experienced back in 2019, around the time when millions in Assam feared losing citizenship on what had sparked the biggest exercise in forced statelessness. Communities were asked to prove their citizenship, and they had to demonstrate that the roots that they had in the state had dated before March 1971, regardless of their generational history and ties to the land. This system of callous bureaucracy and political interference tore families apart and left the most vulnerable facing time in detention centers with unaffordable legal fees. I was in Assam the previous year, in 2018. I met communities across the Brahmaputra River who were facing the first stages of this insecurity. During my visit, I met a Muslim family who were worried about the talks in the local community of their potential displacement. They spoke about the many generations their family had lived in Assam that predated 1938, and how India was in their blood, their home, their life. A year later, I reconnected with the same family, only to hear that the father had committed suicide the day before his children were to appear in front of the NRC tribunal in Assam, having received information that his family would be torn apart. This was in the landscape of Modi's Hindu nationalist-led government, which supported this and pledged to roll the process out across the country, and around the time when Amit Shah, the Home Minister, promised to deport immigrants and described them as termites. The woman who had lost her husband on the phone to me would soon also lose the home that she had ever known, India. She ended the call with one sentence: "I'm not sure what the future holds, and it's hard to stay hopeful when you are not even considered a human. You wouldn't understand unless you lived here, Rahima." So we've heard these words from the Rohingya, we've heard them from the Uyghur, and communities throughout time who have faced these early stages, mid stages, end stages of genocide. And when it's too late, sometimes in all our efforts, we come together again to say never again. And I think for me, having worked with the Rohingya and continuing to support the Rohingya, this gathering is vital. And it's the only way for us to be able to mobilize and continue to mobilize, but also to mobilize in the most effective way with our core principles of humanism and egalitarianism. I wanted to end my short moment with a few words from a Baal singer and thinker and poet called Lalon Shah. Lalon's songs not only carried an imprint of the rich and diverse traditions he was exposed to, but they also bore a social relevance in a country when differences were named in the name of caste, religion, and even nationalist sentiments. This is a time when nationalist sentiments were at their peak. 100 years later, Lalon's words are still very, very relevant. When we see violence in the name of religion becoming more and more visible, and this is what we can see in India, his songs continue to challenge the ideologies that fuel and warrant these violent outbreaks that many of us are speaking about today. At the end of one of his poems, he says, "One who eats bhat, rice, in secret, what harm does he or she pose to Dharma?" What he means by this is, when we eat rice in secret, those moments we all have, those moments of gluttony, of joy, what does it matter what religion we are from, what caste we are from. What does it really matter when it comes to our kinship as whole and as humanity? That illusion has not left us, and we must continue it. Those are the words from Lalon, and I would like to end with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahima. The next speaker I would like to call on is Pongrengzi. He was only 4 years old, at the time of Kamaru's genocide. Actually, he spent his entire infancy during the Kamaru's, repressive genocidal regime. And one of his uncles left a prison diary in a very infamous torture camp in Phnom Penh called Tuslong. And, reading his diary inspired him to work on genocide, and he has worked on transitional justice issue, genocide documentation over the last 20 or 30 years. Pongrengzi, he is with the Genocide Documentation Center of Cambodia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Zani. At this time, I think I would like to speak Khmer language, and so my colleague will translate it after my speaking. សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបាទខ្ញុំនៅពេលនេះខ្ញុំបានស្ដាប់រឿងរ៉ាវជាច្រើននៅពាក់ទងទៅនឹងអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍នៅឥណ្ឌាហើយនៅពេលនេះខ្ញុំក៏លើកតែចំណុចមួយពាក់ទងទៅនឹងការបង្រៀនពីអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍ហើយនៅវិធីទប់ស្កាត់នៃអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍កុំឲ្យកើតឡើងម្ដងទៀតបាទអញ្ចឹងនៅក្នុងពេលនេះខ្ញុំនឹងលើកយកចំណុចសំខាន់មួយចំនួនទាក់ទងទៅនឹងថាតើយើងត្រូវទប់ស្កាត់អំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍តាមរបៀបយ៉ាងដូចម្ដេចទី1ការទប់ស្កាត់អំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍គឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីខ្លួនយើងម្នាក់មនុស្សម្នាក់ទប់ស្កាត់អំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍បានតាមរបៀប2ទី1បដិសេធចំពោះអំពើហិង្សានិងលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យមានដំណោះស្រាយដោយសន្តិវិធីនិងជំនួសទី2មនុស្សម្នាក់អាចទប់ស្កាត់អំពើហិង្សាបានតាមរយៈការទីទានឬការនិយាយប្រឆាំងទៅនឹងអំពើហិង្សាចំណុចនេះមានន័យថាមនុស្សម្នាក់អាចចាប់ផ្ដើមពីការនិយាយថាទេចំពោះអំពើហិង្សាដែលអំពើហិង្សាទាំងអស់នេះវាអាចឈានទៅដល់ការកកើតនៃអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍ទ្រង់ទ្រាយធំបានចំណុចទី2តើក្រៅពីមនុស្សម្នាក់ដែលមានកាតព្វកិច្ចក្នុងការទប់ស្កាត់អំពើហិង្សាថាតើមាននរណាទៀតបាទគឺមានគ្រួសារហើយនិងសហគមន៍បាទគ្រួសារនិងសហគមន៍នេះគឺជាចំណុចសំខាន់ណាស់ដែលជាសង្គមមួយដែលចូលរួមនៅក្នុងការទប់ស្កាត់អំពើហិង្សាក្នុងកម្រិតមូលដ្ឋានមិនឲ្យរីករាលដាលទៅក្នុងកម្រិតជាតិអញ្ចឹងថាតើអំពើហិង្សាត្រូវបានទប់ស្កាត់យ៉ាងម៉េចពីគ្រួសារហើយនិងសហគមន៍បាទទី1គ្រួសារនិងសហគមន៍អាចការពារសិទ្ធិជាបុគ្គលរបស់សមាជិកនៅក្នុងសហគមន៍ដោយមិនគិតពីពណ៌សម្បុរនិងនិន្នាការនយោបាយបាទទី2គ្រួសារនិងសហគមន៍នេះចូលរួមនៅក្នុងការស្ដាប់ឬក៏ដូចជាក្នុងការបង្រៀនឲ្យយល់អំពីភាពសម្បូរបែបរបស់មនុស្សតាមរយៈការអប់រំនិងភាពខុសគ្នានៃវប្បធម៌សាសនានិងសហគមន៍តួយ៉ាងដូចនៅក្នុងប្រទេសឥណ្ឌានាពេលបច្ចុប្បន្នយើងឃើញថាអំពើហិង្សាដែលឈានទៅដល់ការកកើតនៃអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍នេះគឺដោយសារតែខ្វះការអប់រំទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការឲ្យយល់ឲ្យច្បាស់អំពីថាតើវប្បធម៌នៃភាពខុសគ្នារបៀបយ៉ាងដូចម្ដេចសាសនាដែលខុសគ្នានឹងរបៀបយ៉ាងដូចម្ដេចហើយនៅសហគមន៍ដែលរស់នៅចម្រុះជាតិសាសន៍ហ្នឹងហើយយើងមិនយល់គ្នាយ៉ាងដូចម្ដេចទាំងអស់នេះជាចំណុចសំខាន់ណាស់ហើយនៅក្នុងចំណុចទី3ថាតើប្រទេសជាតិគួរទប់ស្កាត់អំពើហិង្សាតាមរបៀបណាបាទប្រទេសជាតិគួរទប់ស្កាត់អំពើហិង្សាតាមពីររបៀបដែរទី1គឺទប់ស្កាត់តាមរយៈការអប់រំហើយនិងទំនាក់ទំនងការទូតបាទការអប់រំនេះគឺមានសារៈសំខាន់ណាស់នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងបច្ចុប្បន្នយើងបានបញ្ចូលការអប់រំពីអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍នេះទៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីសិក្សាកម្មវិធីអប់រំរបស់ក្រសួងអប់រំយុវជននិងកីឡាតាំងពីឆ្នាំ2009ហើយ មកដល់ពេលនេះយើងឃើញថាក្មេងៗជំនាន់ក្រោយបានយល់ច្បាស់អំពីអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍បានយល់ច្បាស់អំពីថាតើយើងត្រូវទប់ស្កាត់អំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍តាមរបៀបយ៉ាងដូចម្តេចបាទចំណែកទំនាក់ទំនងការទូតយើងឃើញថាប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងមានទំនាក់ទំនងល្អជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសជិតខាងហើយយើងតែងតែរំលឹកតែងតែទំនាក់ទំនងផ្សេងៗទាក់ទងទៅនឹងអំពើហិង្សានានាដែលកើតឡើងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសជិតខាងរបស់យើងហើយយើងបានប្រាប់ថាអំពើទាំងអស់នេះវានឹងអាចឈានទៅរកអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍អញ្ចឹងយើងអាចទប់ស្កាត់បានចំណែកឯចំណុចចុងក្រោយគឺប្រទេសអាចកំណត់អត្តសញ្ញាណនិងទាក់ទាញជាសាធារណៈពីកលៈទេសៈដែលនាំឲ្យកើតមានអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍បាទអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលយើងមើលឃើញថាប្រទេសជិតខាងមានអំពើហិង្សាទ្រង់ទ្រាយធំកើតឡើងយើងអាចមើលឃើញដោយសារតែយើងមានបទពិសោធន៍នៃអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងរយៈពេលជាង3ឆ្នាំអញ្ចឹងយើងអាចដឹងថាវានឹងឈានទៅរកការកកើតនៃអំពើប្រល័យពូជសាសន៍ហើយអញ្ចឹងយើងកំណត់អត្តសញ្ញាណហើយយើងទាក់ទាញជាសាធារណៈដើម្បីឲ្យអង្គការសហប្រជាជាតិឬក៏ដើម្បីឲ្យប្រទេសផ្សេងៗទៀតចូលរួមអន្តរាគមន៍នៅក្នុងការទប់ស្កាត់កុំឲ្យមានអំពើហិង្សាកើតឡើងបាទសម្រាប់ពេលនេះខ្ញុំមានប៉ុណ្ណឹងចង់ចូលរួមអរគុណ Dr. Zani. Thank you, Dr. Zani, for giving us a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother, for staying for the event in Cambodia. And his colleague, Mehmet Sovicheth, will be speaking in English and essentially, the exact speech delivered by her colleague. And Mehmet is a very young and very promising genocide scholar with the same Cambodian Genocide Documentation Center, and she is also a proud member of the board of our voluntary network called Forces of Renewal Southeast Asia. She is doing her master's degree in civil society leadership in South Korea, Seoul. Mehmet, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zani, for the nice introduction. So in addition to the translation of my colleague in Khmer, I will also add in my opinion as a young generation also. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I am Mehmet, and I am one of the 11 million young Cambodians who was born after the genocide took place in Cambodia, which lasted from 1975 until 1979. So after the Holocaust, we know that the world came together to vow to the never again. However, we have instead seen that never again has becoming time and again. Genocide can happen in time of peace and in time of war, and it is never happening spontaneously. We know that there are always warning signs, which we always fail to recognize and ignore. Often it is the culminations of years of exclusion and denial of human rights. Commemorate the victim of genocide and respect survivors whose lives have changed beyond words is indispensable, yet it is also necessary to ensure that the memory stays alive to prevent another genocide. We must learn from the history, understand it well, and take appropriate action at an appropriate time as soon as there is a warning signs. Since the Holocaust, we only have seen the rise of genocide cases and mass atrocities, which some are still being denied by the responsible states. Is it because we have not done enough to raise awareness about genocide and act in time to prevent it from escalation? In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge genocide had claimed almost 2 million lives, and today there are 5 million survivors left to tell their stories to the next generation. And the Documentation Center of Cambodia, also known as DCCAM, is a research institute dedicated to documenting the atrocity and educating younger generation about the history and long-term impacts of the violence, and it was established in 1995. And in collaboration with the Cambodian Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, DCCAM has trained teachers of history, geography, Khmer literature, civic morality in the curricula, and engaged students and youth in genocide education's various activities in both formal and informal settings. Genocide education is an important step to identify risk factors or warning signs. Therefore, it is important that we make the history curricula compulsory for students in younger generations so they will learn about the past and search for the truth. Through this, their empathy will be able to develop and prevention is built as they are aware of it and take appropriate action when they notice the warning signs. Talking about genocide awareness and education in Cambodia, we have reached out to over 3,000 teachers, hundreds of schools, thousands of students, and hundreds of thousands of survivors in their communities across the country. We all have moral responsibility to share our experience with and prevent the atrocities from recurrence. We must remain constantly vigilant of warning signs and diligent in our commitment to embracing empathy, promote democratic values, human rights, respect for diversity and tolerance. That is why me and my colleague joined today's event to speak in raising awareness about genocide warning in India. I believe that peace, justice, and harmony will prevail when we all stand in solidarity to speak out and stand up against hatred, discrimination, racism, and social justice. Thank you. You're on mute, Zani.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Meta. The next speaker is Professor Michimi Muranushi of Gakushuen University in Tokyo. And he is one of the small number of very, very critical Japanese scholars who study international relations. And he looks at the impact of authoritarian and fascist states. And he has studied extensively war crimes that Japan committed against Manchurian people. And he has taken a deep and committed concern about the Rohingya genocide survivors in my own country. And we traveled to Bangladesh refugee camps, and he has also traveled across Burma, most particularly the concentration camps in Western Burma, where over 100,000 Rohingya Muslims are still caged since 2012. Michimi Sensei.
Hi. Hi. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Genocide is relatively new in the long
excuse me, Michimi. Yes. Can you tilt the camera towards
okay. How
lower?
about this?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Genocide is relatively new in the long history of the human being because it is a process needing the help of the state. One of the ways to prioritize one's existence in a huge group of people is to associate only himself to the state and make the state alienate others. This movement can grow without the help of the state, but only the state gives the movement assurance to be cruel. The state officially defines who is eligible for citizenship, which is always exogenous to the nature of the human being. Whether a person has blue eyes or blonde hair, Christian or atheist, has nothing to do with which country he belongs to, because the state is known correctly to be a human fabrication. And the biological content of the nation, the people residing within the framework of the state, changes over time. But some powerful people in the state contend that there is some certain standard of a nation which should be constant so long as the state lasts, and that's the reason that the nation needs to be regulated and protected according to the standard. So the state fights to maintain the nation it has now, or to retrieve the imaginary nation it may have had. Genocide is not an ordinary matter, but a kind of threshold which the state needs to cross. The passing of anti-Muslim citizenship laws and the production of the speeches against the Muslim show that the will toward genocide can be contagious. it can be a fashion. An extremist Indian Hindu nationalist announced that India should follow the footsteps of Myanmar, which killed the Rohingyas. Actually, Myanmar was not honest enough to confess so bluntly. It made so many excuses for denying and avoiding responsibility, but the Hindu nationalists in India frankly admit Myanmar had killed the Rohingyas because it wanted to, and they were willing to do the same against the Indian Muslims. What is happening is not the regret of never again, but coming out to say, me too. Probably being a neighbor of a country under genocide does not necessarily mean it will do exactly the same, but at least it will see it as an option. There are precedents to this contagion. In Central Africa, when the genocide in Rwanda spread from Rwanda to eastern part of Congo, Kivu, and Ituri, while the rest of the world saw the atrocities as something that should not be repeated, others saw the same scenes as their own entitlement. In this case, the thugs of Rwanda were yet to suffer from due punishment, except that they were militarily defeated in Rwanda. We need to learn, therefore, that the punishment of genocide should not be delayed, despite the fact that the genocider will do its best to deny and make excuse or hide behind the state. The state wants to carry a single label on its nation. Some Muslim states want a label of Sunni. China wants a label of Chinese. Myanmar wants a label Buddhism. But states can have no alternative but to admit the fact that its nation is essentially diverse, even if it happens to be seen at one time as one single nation. It should be the worldwide norm of the states that maintaining diversity and accepting the ongoing natural changes in the structure of the nation is the absolute obligation of any state, be it now democracy, authoritarian, totalitarian, Muslim, Christian, or Buddhist. One thing common to Myanmar and India is that the principle of voting is making the extremists more sensitive to the changing population structure within the nation. Thank you.
Zani, unmute.
Zani, you unmute your mic.
Please.
Zani, you mute your mic. I can't hear.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
We have 3 Malaysian brothers who are participating as an act of solidarity today. Hishamuddin Rais is a very nationally well-known and I would say internationally known Malaysian dissident, human rights defender, and teacher practitioner. He's also a columnist and a playwright in his country. And then his speech will be followed by 2 Malaysian acoustic musicians who will sing in Malay language about the need for peace and universal fellowship of humans. Hisham.
Zani, thank you very much. I'm going to speak both in English and in Malay. Ucapan salam solidarity dari Malaysia. Solidarity greeting from Malaysia. Kepada anak semua bangsa, kepada bangsa semua agama. To the children of all nations, to the nation of all religion. In China, di China, penganut agama Islam Uyghur sedang dibantai. 1 juta warga Uyghur dalam penjara. Dunia telah menganggap ini genocide. Tidak cukup dengan umat Islam, penganut Tibetan Buddha juga dibantai. Kuil ratusan tahun dimusnah. Falun Gong terus dibunuh dan dipenjara. Organ mereka menjadi bahan dagangan. In China, the Uyghur Muslim are being massacred. More than 1 million Uyghur are now in prison. The world has condemned China genocide. It's not enough with the Muslim. Tibetan Buddhists were also massacred. Their temple destroyed. Ancient temple of hundreds of years. Falun Gong continued to be killed in prison. Their organ become merchandise. In Pakistan, di Pakistan, penganut agama Buddha, penganut agama Hindu dan Kristian jadi sasaran. Di Bangladesh, penganut Hindu juga dibantai. In Pakistan, Hindus and Christians are targeted. In Bangladesh, the Hindus are massacred. Kelihatan ekstremis agama makin menanjak. Kelihatan prejudis dan kebencian sedang menanjak. It seems that religious extremism is on the rise. Prejudice and hatred seems to be on the rise. Today, hari ini, kita beri amaran, kita beri ingatan kepada diri kita sendiri dan juga pada anak semua bangsa, bangsa semua agama. Dunia sedang berhadapan dengan krisis besar yang akan mengancam umat manusia. Today, we give warning and reminder to ourselves and also to the children of all nations, nation of all religion, the world, our only world is facing a major crisis that threaten humankind. Kita wajib melakukan sesuatu, kita wajib bertindak. We must do something. We must act. Demokrasi in India sedang diancam oleh ekstremis Hindu. Pembunuhan dan pembantaian umat Islam sedang berlaku. Masjid diruntuhkan, beribadah dihalang. Indian democracy is being threatened by Hindu extremists. Murders, massacres of Muslims are taking place. The most demolished praying is prevented. Bukan hanya umat Islam saja yang dibantai. Sesiapa saja yang bukan Hindu akan juga dibunuh. Not only Muslim community that is being targeted. Anyone who is not Hindus are being killed as well. Bahaya genocide sedang mengancam kita semua. The danger of genocide threatens us all. In Malaysia, in my country, what is taking place in China, what is happening in India will affect us. Di Malaysia, apa yang berlaku di China, apa yang berlaku di India akan mempengaruhi kami di Malaysia. Ingat kepada Indonesia, tidak jauh dari Malaysia. Ingat kepada Kamboja, tidak jauh dari Malaysia. Remember Indonesia, our neighbors, not far from us. Remember Cambodia, our neighbors, not far from us. Marilah kita satukan tenaga. Anak semua bangsa, bangsa semua agama, mendirikan kesatuan, menentang kebencian, menentang rasisme, dan yang lain-lain. Let us unite, children of all nations, nation of all religion, establish a union against hatred of others. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have the music. Thank you, Zani. That is Nek Jidan and Aiman Hakim from Malaysia. Their band called the Bangsat.
Thank you, brothers.
Thank you.
The next speaker I would like to call upon is a dear friend, Kevin Abosch. Kevin is one of the world's leading conceptual artists and photographer, and also recently he's known as Mr. Bitcoin. He's the son of a Jewish young boy who survived through kinder transport program. Kevin.
Thank you for having me. If at any point the video gets a little jittery, let me know and I'll just turn off my video because I'm in the woods and I have a bad connection. From an early age, 5 or 6 years old, I was cognizant that my paternal grandparents were murdered in Auschwitz, and that there was a period of time before their gruesome end that they began to sense a disturbing turn for the worse. They fled from Germany to Czechoslovakia, a move that bought a little more time, enough for them to send their only child, my father, then 14 years old, on Sir Nicholas Winton's legendary kinder transport to the United Kingdom. He would never see his parents again. Soon after, my grandparents were sent to the concentration camp at Theresienstadt and later to Auschwitz, where they, along with 1.1 million other humans at that camp alone, were murdered. I can remember asking my father, how was it possible that millions of people, not helpless people, not uneducated people, not feeble people, were not prepared for this mass extermination that we call the Shoah or the Holocaust? His words I'll never forget. He said, "We knew something bad was afoot, but we didn't know how quickly the rhetoric could turn to wholesale slaughter." And that word rhetoric has stuck with me. Across the globe, rhetoric has been used at times to first dehumanize and ultimately to justify genocide. There's a pattern to it, and it's important to be able to identify the pattern in its most nascent stages. It starts with differentiation. They say, this group of people are not like us. This group of people have ethics and morals that are not consistent with ours. This group of people are actively trying to dismantle the structure of our society. This group of people, left unchecked, will irrevocably destroy everything you value. They say this group of people pose such an existential threat to us that they must be eradicated before it's too late. Does this sound all too familiar? Of course it does. It's ancient. It's as ancient as fear itself. You see, fear confuses logic. Fear in the absence of love diminishes humanity. Leveraging fear is how autocrats and corrupt religious leaders hold on to power. Most people don't like to think about genocide. It's the horror of all horrors. Genocide is the ultimate failing of humankind. Genocide is not just a dark chapter of our history. Genocide and the rhetoric that leads to genocide is something we are faced with today across the globe. So as someone whose grandparents were lost to a genocide, and as someone whose very existence is in no small part due to the activism of Sir Nicholas Winton, who rescued my father from the Holocaust, I have an internal obligation to speak up when I see the specter of genocide emerge. Genocide isn't inevitable, it's preventable. On this day, I joined Dr. Zarni, Professor Chomsky, Alishan Jafri, and 50 other humanitarians in speaking up and sounding the alarm for what appears to be a genocide in the making. The anti-Muslim rhetoric coming from Hindu extremists, supported by the rise of religious nationalism, is reaching a crescendo, the type that can lead to the systematic mechanized slaughter of a people. Prime Minister Modi, when you visited my son's school in Dublin, Ireland in 2015, and the students sang Sanskrit shlokas to welcome you, I didn't imagine that I would be respectfully appealing to you today to take swift measures to stop those within your citizenry who call for ethnic cleansing. External to strategies devised to potentially ameliorate long-standing prejudices is the moral obligation of leaders and citizens alike to be vigilant in enforcing intolerance of the type of rhetoric we know leads to bloodshed. Allowing any form of ethnic cleansing to manifest in India at any scale would putrefy the soul of India, leaving a dark stain of inhumanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for that very personal and powerful appeal to Prime Minister Modi. Hope he will heed your appeal and so many others. The next speaker is a friend in Tamil Nadu, and she is an academic researcher and a deeply engaged activist on refugee issues, and founded Rethinking Refugees when she was at the university in Krakow, Poland. Sindhuja Sankara.
Thank you, Mount, for giving me this opportunity to speak amongst this fantastic group of people. It is a huge privilege for me to share my thoughts here. So imagine a situation where you are constantly berated, ostracized, and discriminated against. Imagine just walking down the street to buy some milk and then you are being attacked by a mob for no particular reason. This situation is the new normal in India for the Muslim community. Legitimizing hate speech and violence against a minority group by the government on the pretext of wanting to make India safe again is a crime against humanity. But the problem looms larger when people blindly submit to the authority of Mr. Narendra Modi, who is perceived as an established leader. This authoritarianism propagated by the common person continues the dehumanizing journey that BJP started. So the question is India really safe? On the one hand, we have the rights of Kashmiris being toyed with, glazed with inhumane treatment. On the other hand, there are laws being introduced which ignore Muslims, thereby making Indian citizens stateless in their own country. Refugees who come to India seeking protection and safety are ignored and dehumanized, such as the Rohingyas. Women who choose to wear a hijab are denied education. And now we notice an open call for genocide against Muslims. So this path to genocide can actually be explained from a social psychological perspective, which is my area of expertise. We all have a salient identity of being Indian. Sometimes this identity, like many others, might be threatened. So how does one's identity get threatened in a way that leads to derogation of Muslims? In this case, the majority group members, such as the Hindus, have a very strong identity, and they might feel threatened by claims such as Hindus are in danger and a dominance of the religion that is needed in the country. To reduce this threat, typically people would protect their in-group and engage in any kind of out-group derogation. And in this case, we have the Muslim community as the most obvious out-group. However, the identity can also be threatened when people do not follow the legitimate authoritarian leader or figure according to Hindu nationalists and lash out against the so-called anti-nationals. Essentially, Hindu nationalists react to this threat and engage in in-group protective behavior such as hate towards Muslim and a high degree of adherence to the leader, Mr. Narendra Modi. This is the glorified nationalism, and as you can see above, as I explained above, and that is very toxic. This is the breeding ground for hate and extremism. But we also have something called constructive nationalism. Here we are acknowledging a problem and we're trying to find solutions because we are proud Indians. So in this case, what we're doing today is indeed an outcome of a threat that we are experiencing. We believe that India's democracy is becoming a joke. So instead of derogating an out-group, we are constructively mobilizing and engaging in collective action. Marian Turski, a survivor of Auschwitz, eloquently said, Auschwitz did not fall from the sky. This happened, which means that this may happen again and anywhere in the world. Don't be indifferent when any minority is discriminated, because the essence of democracy is that the majority governs, but democracy hinges on the rights of minorities being protected. But have we not learned anything from history? Palestinians are still fighting for their freedom. Uyghurs are forced into slave labor. The Taliban has destroyed Afghanistan. Syria is still in conflict. The Polish government is actively defying the Geneva Convention protocol and letting asylum seekers die on the borders. Being indifferent is a sign of privilege. Speak up and do not be a passive observer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sindhuja. The next speaker I have the honor to call upon is Ravi Hemadri. He is a very well-known and respected defender of minority rights. That kind of activism risks, it comes with all kinds of risks. So I won't go into his long bio. Ravi?
Thank you, Zarni, and thank you for all the fantastic, people who have contributed to this conversation. And we have learned so much about how genocides take place and how, particularly Kevin's sharing about his own personal tragedies and how rhetoric can quickly slide into genocide is something really very scary, and that kind of a situation exists in India. What we have seen in the recent years is that there is a shift in the speech and actions of Hindu fundamentalists in India. They have moved beyond individually targeting Muslims in the name of protecting the cow and economic boycott of Muslims to openly call for mass violence against the community. Minority Christians are also attacked in the name of stopping conversions. Even hospitals and schools run by Christian institutions have not been spared. Even Sikhs have not been spared. They are targeted as separatists and as someone who don't agree with the Hindu nationalist thoughts. So if we see around in India today and follow closely what is happening in the country, the level of hatred is really mind-boggling. What lies beneath this hatred and calls for mass violence is the unmitigated madness to turn India into a Hindu state, the Hindu Rashtra, where all non-Hindus will be relegated to a status of secondary citizens and we lose all rights, thus opening gates for mass violence. Undoubtedly, the perpetrators of violence against minorities and genocide mongers have sometimes tacit and sometimes open support from the highest positions of state power in the country. As someone earlier speaker said, genocide is not possible without state support, and that we see in India today. Culprits of the hate assembly that happened in December were arrested only after intervention by the Supreme Court. They have been booked under ordinary laws, whereas the nature of their crimes go much beyond the legal action taken against them. Constitutional authorities like the Prime Minister and the Home Minister of India and other leaders occasionally themselves target Muslims and other minorities with scornful comments. If you all remember, when the whole the Citizenship Amendment Act came, the Prime Minister said those who are protesting on the streets can be recognized by their clothes, thereby targeting the Muslims. So the targeting of Muslims comes from the very top. Their words and actions embolden the hate mongers and criminals that attack Muslims and other minorities and their places of worship. The rot is actually deeper. These developments have a long history of excluding Muslims and other minorities from Indianness. It was Savarkar, a fountainhead of Hindu nationalist political ideology of Hindutva, who defined Indian nationhood as belonging to only those who followed the religions that emerged in India. He propounded that only those who consider India as their holy land and fatherland would belong to India. Even to this day, the followers of Hindu radical outfit consider Christianity and Islam as foreign religions. This ideology lies at the root of hatred against the followers of non-Hindu religions. It's indeed true that India has had a troubled past. We have been invaded and ruled over and enslaved by European powers for more than 200 years. Through the independence movement and early years of the Republic, India was on the path to reconcile with this past and to move into becoming a modern society where everyone has dignity, right to life, and enjoy equality. However, that dream remains in tatters at the moment. Conservative forces against dignity and equality are at the center stage of power today in India. They are trying to pull back India into the dark ages. It is not just elected authorities and the law enforcement agencies that are found wanting in holding hate mongers and genocide mongers to account. The judiciary too has played a role in going lax in bringing these criminals to justice. The judicial acquittal of 32 persons and leaders of the ruling party accused in the demolition of the Babri Mosque is glaring. The 15th century mosque was brought down by a mob 2 years after 2 years of bloody campaign by the leaders of the BJP. Same happened with the dispute over the land on which the mosque stood. The same outfits that were responsible for the conspiracy to demolish the mosque have been handed over. The Supreme Court asked the government to allot Muslims to build a mosque elsewhere. So what we can see is that is what is happening. Criminals have been set free on flimsy grounds by the judiciary. However, not all is lost. There is a significant proportion of the population that is opposed to such violence and hate against Muslims and other minorities. There is a vibrant civil society that intensely engages in creating ways of peaceful coexistence. A section of the media and judiciary refuses to be cowed down by the intimidating tactics used by Hindutva fanatics, their outfits, the ruling dispensation, and social media trolls. There are many artists, cartoonists, singers, comedians who are speaking truth to the Hindutva power, and therein lies the hope that we will need, but we will need a lot of international solidarity in fighting the menace of Hindutva and their genocidal campaigns. As speakers have pointed out, there can be a very thin line between rhetoric and actual genocide. And this is where we need to be prepared. We need to reach out to the youth today and to educate them on rights and dignity for all. And I mean, the takeaway for me personally is that genocide is eminently preventable, and we have got to prevent it from happening in this country. Thank you. Dani.
Thank you very much, Ravi. The next speaker I will call on is Sharad Gogui, or forgive me if I pronounce your last name wrong. He is a researcher at the National University of Singapore, but he's from India and specializes in Northeast India affairs. I believe also covers parts of Burma as well. Suraj?
Thank you so much, Jarni. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, yes.
All right, thank you so much. India is not shared equally among its citizens. It's particularly unequal for its minorities. India's largest minority are its Muslims. The poet Iqbal once noted that the problem is that Muslims are neither a majority nor a minority in India. With time, and the time that India is now passing through, that paradoxical position of Muslim has changed. They are the primary targets of Hindu majoritarian politics and ideology now. If the migrant is the main object that has driven the wave of populist and racist movements in Europe, in India, that object of desire is its minorities, of which the Muslims are its majority. A parliamentarian was attacked yesterday in UP with the intention to kill him, as Alishan mentioned just a while ago. As expected, the attackers justified by accusing him of hurting Hindu sentiments. Eliminating someone is discussed so casually and even justified by the legitimate organs of the state. We live in times where we are witnessing a continuous process of de-democratization of democracy, to borrow from Wendy Brown. This de-democratization will become materially visible when we look at the Muslim body in India today. They are treated as non-persons. They are not citizens, but subjects, for their rights remain suspended in both public and private life. Another aspect that makes the violence towards minorities in India visible are through hate speech. On the one hand, if hate towards Muslims has become respectable, on the other, the frequency of hate speech has increased and the harm it causes to individuals and society is beyond our thought. It is unthinkable to live in such a perpetual state of fear about one's life. Even the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy added hate speech to its lexicon earlier this year. In a way, that inclusion is also an indication of a global rise of hate speech and gaining a sharper edge where minorities are at the receiving end of such speeches. My last submission today is that the current regime in India has weaponized the kind of hate that is targeted towards Muslims. However, India's minorities face different types of attacks from various forces, like different nationalisms. Historian Amalendu Guha has termed regional nationalism, such as that of Assamese, as little nationalism, who are, in my mind, capable of vernacular violence, as we continue to see with the NRC process. It is not just that the current regime has made the Muslims its object of desire. NRC was carried out in the state of Assam for a reason. NRC with CAA formed the graveyard of Indian citizenship. The causes may be various from region to region within India, but they remain othered wherever they are. Decolonization did not entirely succeed in liberating all classes and castes of people. It was followed in India, like in many places, with nationalist replacement of colonial regime, with same set of laws which continue to haunt us today. Many unresolved questions of identity and belonging also persisted at both national and regional level. NRC is a product of this dual belonging to the nation, where both the sentiments compete, complement, and even contradict each other. In this, the minority becomes the object of attack. In this milieu of fear and hatred that we find ourselves today, it is my submission that little nationalism is worst assault. South Asia has become inhabitable, as Professor Chomsky rightly pointed out. Integrating the minority into the community and country is essential to making it habitable. To borrow a slogan of the Zapatistas that Professor Ashish Nandi familiarized in this part of the world, and it goes like this: we need to learn to host the otherness of the other, not the sameness. It is for our sake that we should do this. This spirit of the Zapatistas can go a long way in making things habitable in South Asia. Thank you so much for including me today in this gathering.
Thank you, Suraj. The next speaker I have is listed on the speakers list as an Indian peace researcher. But doing peace research has become or come at a very heavy price, and he was terrified to be listed publicly. And so, you know, it shows the fear of climate that previous speaker just mentioned. May I ask Alishan Jafri from the Peace and Conflict Studies Institute in New Delhi to
Thank you.
take the floor.
Am I audible, Zani?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this. And I'm honored to be sharing this panel with so many distinguished speakers and many familiar spaces. Many familiar spaces. And as you said, I mean, the fact that I was apprehensive itself shows the state of affairs in the country. But I think this dramatic surge in anti-Muslim speech, violence, and state practice over the last one odd decade, particularly in India, should worry us all. Because I argue that it isn't confined to one particular society or country. It transcends borders and regions. In fact, we see anti-Muslim majoritarianism and cultural chauvinism in one country having a ripple effect on another. We see one set of supremacists learning from another set of supremacists. Case in point, the recent hate summit in Haridwar that many of the previous speakers referenced to, where one speaker in that particular summit argued that Myanmar's treatment of Rohingya Muslims or the systematic violence and erasure that they faced at the hands of the Burmese army and police should be emulated by India. Now, in that same vein, we also see growing hate speech and disinformation about Rohingya refugees in India, which is often translated into greater state scrutiny and calls for deportation. Now, so this sort of domino effect or trans-regional majoritarianism is visible across the world today, because hate, supremacy, and bigotry can be very appealing to a set of people who live in different territorial domains, but share a constant, a common sense of cultural paranoia and inferiority. Hence, there is a much greater need today to form international solidarities to counter the rising hate. Now, the reason why I am insistent on using the term anti-Muslim and not quote-unquote Islamophobia is because I believe what we are witnessing today is sort of a comprehensive attack on the Muslim identity in a way that transcends even the religious aspect of it. So we see even non-practicing or atheist Muslims who call themselves atheist, being targeted the same hateful rhetoric that practicing Muslims are being targeted with. Having a Muslim name, especially on free public spaces like social media, is often enough for someone to be vilified, trolled, or threatened. Thus, it's not just an attack on Muslims as a specific religious group, but as an ethno-racial group, which has a certain set of cultural practices, codes, and histories. This makes sense also when you see majoritarian movements, for instance, Hindutva nationalism, as ethnocratic themselves. Now, anti-Muslim practice doesn't always manifest in outright violence or even calls for violence. Cultural supremacists can, practice it or express it in other ways, such as through a rhetoric of civilizing or liberating a quote-unquote regressive minority. For instance, in India, what we are seeing these days is this: we see the Hindu nationalist government and its supporters talk about liberating Muslim women by abolishing the practice of triple talaq, or divorce by triple and three enunciations, and more recently stopping hijab-wearing women from entering schools. Now, the frame of reference, what happens here is that the frame of reference is very carefully and deliberately shifted to the backward, quote-unquote, backward social norms of the victim community, which actually finds resonance in a much larger audience. So very worryingly, we also see liberals partake in this civilizing mission. Ultimately, the whole issue veers away, the whole thing veers away from the core issue of anti-Muslim bigotry to abstract issues of universal morality. Another regressive liberal behavior that we notice, particularly in Indian context, is the underplaying of anti-Muslim hate speech, violence, or state practice, that they think that, yes, things are bad, but it won't ever get to genocide, for instance. But as someone before me said, in the context of Germany, the Nazi Germany, that things can go from bad to the worst in no time, like it did in the 1930s and 40s Germany, right? So finally, what I will say is that anti-Muslim majoritarianism in verbal or non-verbal forms has become a bigger socio-political script, So it's not just about a single political party like the BJP facilitating it. And of course, BJP is, the ruling party in India is probably, the most prominent in that sense, but it's also about other seemingly quote unquote secular parties following suit. to find their own place in that script, and so as to find larger mass acceptance. I mean, in that sense, majoritarianism is infectious and very difficult to counter, I would argue. So as concerned civil society members, we must keep at it and create bottom-up counter narratives, which transcend elite or intellectual circles like this one and reach the common people. And these counter narratives should not, I argue, be based on vague universal ideals of secularism, but on firm assertions of anti-chauvinism, pluralism, and coexistence. Lastly, I believe for civil society to make successful interventions, it is extremely crucial for us to undertake extensive documentation of hate crimes and hate speech, so that we know the exact spread, nature, and territorial limits of this problem. In that regard, the work that many in India, such as Alishan, who spoke before me, and his team at The Wire are doing is extremely crucial. And I genuinely hope that as a global collective, we are able to push back against these rising anti-Muslim sentiments, while at the same time, sort of offer a compelling alternative that speak to the core values of pluralistic coexistence. Thank you, Zani.
Thank you. And Suman, I abuse the moderator's authority to ask Suman to speak before Professor Dina Siddiqi because of the relevance of the fear of climate that Suraj talked about. Professor Dina Siddiqi is an extraordinary Bengali scholar, but particularly this fear of climate is cross-border as well. So many Bangladeshi intellectuals and activists are very, very fearful to speak out, although Bangladesh is a 166 million predominantly Muslim country because of the history and the compromised sovereignty of Dhaka, I should say. The Bengali intellectuals in East Bengal, former East Bengal, have been rather silent, and she breaks that silence today. Dina?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Zarni, and all of the organizers. This is a really urgent issue that simply does not receive the kind of political or even academic attention that it should. And that's in India as elsewhere. I think I'm going to be a lot more general. The previous two speakers were very, very good at laying out what's happening in India. I am going to speak as somebody who is Bangladeshi, but also located in the US. And I want to address the gap and the silence of why India, especially under Modi, keeps getting a free pass, so to speak, from the global political and policy community, despite the horrors and the outrages, the pogroms and the persecutions. I want to begin with nationalism, however, which Professor Stanton has already dubbed racism on steroids. I can't really disagree with him. Some theorists would argue that nationalism is like religion. It has the same kind of, it embodies the same kind of fervor and sacrifice. It can be useful as a form to mobilize in anti-colonial resistance, as Fanon and others have shown, but nationalism is at heart dangerous, it's exclusionary, and it is also gendered. Nationalism cannot but be majoritarian, it needs an other. And the process of constructing this singular or pure national culture, a uniform people, requires the active suppressing of other histories, of historical forms of plurality and conviviality. We need boundary making, and states impose regimes of remembering and forgetting that are often very violently imposed, that are contested, but usually through schooling and the media we see this. Now, in South Asia and in other post-colonial states, nationalism was produced in a colonial context, drawing on colonial constructions and political categories. And we've seen, and you've written about this, we've seen how this works in Burma or Myanmar. For the British, Muslims were always outsiders to South Asia. And that is a narrative that the Hindu right wing has from the outset run with. The discourse of the Muslim as an invader, a dangerous outsider, and a potentially disloyal citizen is one that nationalists have deployed from, for instance, in post-1992 with the destruction of the Babri Masjid by the Sanghis, one of the slogans that went around was that Pakistan ya Kabristan, you either go to Pakistan Muslims or you are dead in the graveyard, right? This is not new then, the ideology of India as a space for Hindus. It goes right back to Savarkar, who was also mentioned in 1923, who fully embraced Nazi ideology, and this is where the race part comes in, and envisioned India as a Hindu nation. So that strand has always been present in Indian nationalism. It hasn't ever gone away. It's that the ideological project of purifying the nation has taken on an extreme form under successive BJP governments, not just the Modi government, because remember 1992, you had a different so-called moderate BJP person in power. You see this in the policies of the Indian state, the Citizenship Amendment Act, which gives asylum to refugees of all religions except Muslims. Okay, so it's very explicit. Making India Hindu is an explicit project of this state. The effort to erase any traces of Muslim history, even that the Taj Mahal was built by a Mughal, changing street names. Then there is so-called love jihad, the brutal suppression of any interreligious relations. And here I have to say the media is not neutral, it's highly corporatized, but the media is interested in profits. So even depicting a Muslim bride in a Hindu household, as happened in a recent advertisement for jewelry, became an enormous subject of contest, and the advertisement was withdrawn. Now, here is where I don't want to talk too much, but in the 2002 anti-Muslim pogrom, and I want to use the word pogrom, let us not forget the current Prime Minister of India is a mass murderer. Modi presided over, was a chief minister of Gujarat when 3,000 Muslims were slaughtered, brutally raped, all with the overt complicity of the state. He maintained a long silence over the killings. When he eventually spoke, he compared the killings to running over puppies with a car. In doing so, he obviously rendered Muslims from human to subhuman, to animals. This is the reason why a 15-year-old boy, his name was Junaid, could be killed in broad daylight in a railway station in his brother's arms while a crowd watched, taking videos. It was like watching an animal die. Or men can be lynched from their houses on charge of storing beef, okay? Or women, Muslim women can now be put up for live auction for sale. I mean, what is happening is this complete blurring of civil society and the state, of the judiciary and the police, has that the last two speakers have spoken about so really very eloquently. But in the end, what we have, and I'm just taking from the last speaker, a hate toward Muslims has become respectable. It's common sense. And here I want to end with asking, why do we normalize the current dispensation? Why do we reproduce the myth that India today is secular and democratic? Why is it that Modi, who was not allowed a US visa for several years after the Gujarat program, is now totally rehabilitated? I think it's a convergence of global and Indian Islamophobia, the racialization of Muslims, along with the imperatives of global capitalism. The BJP promises to fully embrace neoliberalism, as does Modi. There is no incentive for anybody to call out India, okay? This makes Muslims disposable. And so, unlike China, India does not get called out. I think that we have to find ways, those of us who are not in India, also have to find ways to make the places we live in accountable to the dominant narrative. And I'll end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dina. The next speaker is Mona Lisa Adhikari. She is a native of Nepal, was initially educated at JNU in New Delhi, and she is a young and up and coming, very bright scholar at the University of Edinburgh and also at the University of Keele. And she has written extensively about peace processes. Mona? Hello? I don't see Mona. So we are also behind schedule for about 10 minutes. And so when she, log on, I will call on her. Now we will give the floor to Dr. Ewelina Ochab. But forgive me if I'm mispronouncing her name. Please state your name. She is a well-known the columnist, a legal scholar for Forbes, and also she is the founder of Coalition for Genocide Response. She will be speaking from London, I believe.
Thank you very much, Zarni, for organizing this important event. Holocaust did not start with gas chambers. We should be reminded about this again and again. It started with hate speech, it started with propaganda, dehumanization of a group of people, and incitement to violence against them. Genocide is a process, and we need to remember how it operates to give us a chance to prevent it. We cannot wait to see bodies on the streets to act. Indeed, as the International Court of Justice reminds us, the duty to prevent is to be triggered the very moment a state learns, or should normally have learned, of the serious risk of genocide. A serious risk of genocide, not when all elements of the crime are there, and not when the prohibited acts are underway. A serious risk of genocide. Unfortunately, only a few states in the world actually monitor such situations, analyze them, identify the serious risk of genocide, or determine genocide once they occur. Only a few states do this crucial work to be able to implement their duty to prevent under the Genocide Convention. Does it matter? Yes, because time after time again, we have been missing the risk factors and early warning signs of atrocities to come, failed to act in response, and so allowed the serious risk to materialize as genocide. The Daesh genocide in Iraq, the genocide against the Rohingyas in Myanmar, the genocide against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, China, to name only a few. We see those risk factors and early warning signs of genocide to come in India right now. The conference in December 2021, where participants called for other Hindus to arm themselves and kill Muslims in the country and to establish a purely Hindu nation, is a warning that we cannot ignore. And we cannot ignore it, as this is not the first and will not be the last time we hear of such incitement to violence against Muslims in India. Indeed, recent years have seen several incidents that should have raised the alarm and should have been monitored and analyzed along the lines of the serious risk of genocide. And this include the government's systematic discrimination against the Muslims minority in India, incidents of Hindu mob attacking Muslims, including many enjoying impunity that beget further crime against Muslim minorities, and the widespread promotion of exclusionary ideologies that portrayed Muslim minorities as the other. If we do not act upon the serious risk of genocide, we are going to see bodies on the street yet again. This is a warning that we cannot ignore. And Mr. Modi, your silence is complicity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ochab. The next speaker is Aman Wadud. He is a legal defender. He's a lawyer by training, I believe, and also he is with a very reputable organization called Frontline Defenders. Aman, you're speaking from Austin, Texas, right?
Yes. I'm speaking from Austin right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to warn the world about a probable genocide whose early signs are very apparent in India. I'm sure several distinguished speakers have spoken before me and have explained the nuances and factual details. I come from the Indian state of Assam, infamous for detention center and a major statelessness crisis, where Indian citizens are denationalized in an arbitrary and discriminatory manner. Above all, Assam is known for a perennial fake narrative of large-scale illegal migrant, where Bengali Muslims and Hindus are seen as aliens and invaders, looked down as lesser human beings, where spewing venom against Muslims, evicting them from their homes, can change political fortunes. I come from a state where 1.9 million people have been excluded from the citizenship list, which is called the NRC. The current government and its cohorts want much more to be excluded from the citizenship list. Many will argue that these are early signs of a genocide. But guess what? Genocide of Bengali Muslim has already occurred in Assam. On 18 February 1983, around 3,000 Bengali Muslims, mostly women and children, were massacred in less than 6 hours. They were massacred at the pretext of being illegal migrants from Bangladesh. Around 600 police complaints were registered against mass murderers. 298 charge sheets were filed. All charges dropped by one order of the trial court. There is an absolute impunity against mass murderers. Days before the Nelly genocide was committed, Assamese newspaper carried fake news about attack on Assam by Rajakars from Bangladesh. This is more than a decade after the influence of Rajakars was almost decimated from Bangladesh. Decades before fake news became a global phenomenon, Assamese newspaper used fake news to incite people to commit genocide. The fake news has only increased since then. Recently, like rest of India, Assam has also seen open call for genocide of Muslims. On 19th October 2021, Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad, militant Hindutva organizations, gave open call for genocide of Muslims in Assam. Before dozens of news channels, they said, and I read, "What happened to Muslims in Myanmar? We will do much worse in Assam and India." No police complaint, no arrest, not even social media outrage. According to Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, which India voluntarily ratified in 1959, genocide means causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group committed with an intent to destroy in whole or in part. Therefore, I believe even constantly giving calls for genocide or genocide mongering is also genocide, as the intention is the same, causing mental harm with an intent to destroy in whole or in part. The current Indian laws are not sufficient to deal with crimes like genocide or genocide mongering. India has an obligation under Article 5 of the Genocide Convention to enact appropriate legislation providing appropriate penalties for persons guilty of genocide. This is high time India enacts stringent legislation complying with the Genocide Convention and end the absolute impunity against mass murderers and genocide mongers. The UN Secretary General on 8th of December 2020 said, and I paraphrase him, "Genocide has never been committed without clear multiple warning signs. The victims are often early targets of hate speech, discrimination, and violence. To prevent genocide, it is also essential that we pursue credible and effective accountability. The link between systematic impunity and atrocity crimes is very clear. The answer lies in impartial investigation backed up by prosecution. I sincerely hope that the authorities in India take these suggestions very seriously to prevent genocide in India and its recurrence in Assam. Thank you so much. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak."
Thank you very much, Aman. We're going to break, but not as in stopping it, but to reintroduce De Gaulle, poetic singer, Sharad Protiti. De Gaulle is a very fitting figure for this event. He was categorically against nationalism. He coined the term which has become my favorite, civilizations are built on human corpses. So Sharad Protiti.
Thank you, Dr. Zarni. In our fight against oppression, a lot of us are alone in many places around the world. This is for everyone who has not given up despite the many struggles. Before I begin, here is the translation of the song in English. If no one responds to your call, move alone. Oh dear, move alone. If no one speaks, oh the ill-fated. If everyone looks the other way, afraid, you speak out alone, loud enough, open-hearted. If everyone shows his back, oh the ill-fated, if no one looks back while traversing deep woods, you deal alone the roughness of roads under your blood-soaked feet. If nowhere light is seen, oh the ill-fated, if every door is closed in the dark and stormy night, you burn alone, ignite your ribs from the flash of lightning. যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি কেউ কথা না কয় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা কেউ কথা না কয় যদি সবাই থাকে মুখ ফিরাইয়ে সবাই করে ভয় যদি সবাই থাকে মুখ ফিরাইয়ে সবাই করে ভয় তবে পরাণ খুলে ও তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি তোরে ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাবার কালে কেউ ফিরে না চায় যদি গহন পথে যাবার কালে কেউ ফিরে না চায় তবে পথের কাঁটা ও তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে ও তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজরা নলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর চালিয়ে নি একলা চলো রে আপন বুকের পাঁজর চালিয়ে নি একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে Thank you.
Thank you so much, Protiti. This is how activist, poet, and musician mom juggled, and she's got a 2-month-old baby. And so we are all extremely grateful to her for her commitment and contribution. And there will be one more song from her towards the end. The next speaker that I have the pleasure and honor to introduce is my British Bengali brother, Shafi Rahman. And he is a well-respected documentary filmmaker, and some of his work will be admitted as part of the evidence in international criminal tribunals against the genocide of Rohingya people. Shafi.
Thank you very much, Zani, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I want to make some remarks about what I saw at the ground level in India. In 2017, I went to India to research what happens to trafficked Rohingya children. I was given information by a brave young Rohingya refugee woman who had been trafficked to India from Bangladesh. Trafficking in women and children is rightly considered one of the worst forms of exploitation of human beings. It's extremely lucrative and hence so rife. In journalistic discourse, the focus is on traffickers, the transporters, the johns or abusers who exploit the vulnerability of the trafficked person. I've always felt after my trip to India that the environment that the state itself creates for victims of trafficking or survivors merits more attention. Once the authorities of the state encounter survivors through rescue or whatever circumstances, you'd think that the human rights of the trafficked person becomes a central focus to protect them, assist them, to provide redress and, of course, relief. And indeed, legislatively speaking, India has elaborate provisions for the welfare of trafficked children, their care and protection, treatment, schooling, training, and of course, rehabilitation. However, as is well known, this is not what happens in reality. I spoke to 18 trafficked Rohingya and Bangladeshi children ranging from ages 10 to 18 in a government home in West Bengal. They'd all fallen foul of the Foreigners Act of India. One girl had been locked up for 7 years since the age of 10. I'd like to draw attention to how the Muslim religious customs of these trafficked Rohingya children were dealt with in this home. The Rohingya girls told me they were not permitted to fast in the month of Ramadan. Some of the older girls nevertheless did so secretly. They were not permitted to celebrate or mark the Muslim Eid festival, nor were they permitted to perform prayers on that day. They were not allowed to perform prayers generally. If they were found praying, they'd be taunted, disciplined, and beaten. There were various insults hurled at them concerning their Muslim faith. However, during Hindu festivals, the Rohingya girls were expected to participate fully. This is over and above the other difficulties all the children faced. These included no outside space to play in, always locked up in the same space, facilities for washing and bathing strictly controlled and restricted. They were unable to speak to their relatives on a regular basis. There are other horror stories one reads in the press about these homes, but I'll limit my comments to my experience. I want to emphasize how the matter of religion affects how the children are treated in custody. This should not come as a surprise. Last year in India, 34 Rohingya Christian families were driven out of their homes in Vikashpuri. They were all bona fide refugees. They had Muslim-sounding names, and that was enough. It didn't matter that they had converted to Christianity. That same religious sentiment which evicted these families is what pervades attitudes of the authorities in the children's home. So what is happening to these children is this. They were trafficked into India. After some time, they fell into the hands of the authorities. The authorities then effectively criminalized them and locked them up. The state of India treats the trafficked women and children as a threat to security. In the meantime, their relatives in the camps of Bangladesh are distraught, and in the few moments they share together every month or so via telephone brings no relief at all. The repatriation process for Bangladeshi children was explained to me, and it's convoluted beyond words. It takes a long time to send anyone back. The repatriation for Rohingya Muslim children does not exist. Bangladesh will not accept Rohingya refugees even if their families are located in the camps. The only way back for trafficked Rohingya women and children is by counter-smuggling. So as many others have noted, the human smuggler becomes the savior in many instances. UNHCR, the refugee agency, seems to have sadly accepted these realities. Psychological support, emotional support, relief from trauma is not what these children are provided with. Instead, what exists in India for survivors of trafficking is intolerable, and particularly so if they happen to be Muslims. Thanks very much, Zani.
Thank you very much, Shofi. The next speaker that I'd like to call on is Dr. Uditi Sen. She is assistant professor at the University of Nottingham, School of Languages and Cultures and Areas. She directs one of the research centers there, and she is from India. Uditi? I do not see her. There are a number of speakers that were originally announced that either could not make it for some personal emergency reasons or sort of felt the pressure to not participate anymore. And as many of you are aware that there are a lot of Indian right-wing activists around the world that are harassing or pressurizing, the good Indians speaking their conscience in, similar events. And so the next speaker would be Azeezah Kanji, a legal scholar and a writer, one of the a very prominent, Canadian legal activists, and she has written extensively on the Rohingya genocide and other Islamophobic issue for Al Jazeera and other leading outlets. She will be speaking from, I believe, Toronto. She is with New Culture Center there. Azeezah.
Thank you, Zarni, and for all your work in organizing this vital day, expressing solidarity with the Indian communities under attack. Namaste, salam, greetings of peace, justice, and love to you all. Special greetings to the communities in India who have been living for long under fascist conditions, now escalated to threat of genocide. Greetings too to our sisters and brothers in Kashmir, surviving for decades under an abusive military occupation, now with exacerbated conditions of settler colonization with the abrogation of their autonomy rights. Greetings too to our brothers and sisters in the Rohingya refugee community in India, who fled genocide in Myanmar only to be greeted with persecution, violence, hostility, and threat of forcible return. As Zarni said, I'm speaking to you from Toronto, Canada, land of many Indigenous nations for many thousands of years, who have been subjected to a long-term project of genocide and colonization by the Canadian government, a project which the survivors of that assault, the Indigenous survivors, continue to resist. And so we know how easily genocide can hide behind the facade of democracy, whether in Canada, the paradigmatic example of a multicultural democracy, or in India, the so-called largest democracy in the world. For years, local and international human rights organizations have been documenting and warning about the catastrophe unfolding in India against Muslim communities, Christians, Dalits, Sikhs, and dissident Hindus. And so the world cannot now pretend to be surprised. It can only admit that for so long it chose to look away. The shame is not only on the Indian government, but on all of the states around the world that helped light the fire by legitimizing the Islamophobic discourse of colonialism and now the war on terror, and who continue to turn away as the flames now continue to burn. But people are not reducible to their governments. And so as people, we pledge to stand by the communities under persecution and threat of genocide in India. We pledge to amplify your voices, your narratives, and your struggles in resistance to the logic of erasure that lies at the heart of all genocidal projects. And we pledge to continue our struggle to make our governments accountable to their supposedly solemn but repeatedly broken promise of never again. Thank you, Zarni. Thank you to everyone who's speaking today. Thank you to all of you who are listening. Salam alaikum, greetings of peace.
Thank you so much, Azeezah. Next speaker I would like to invite to take the floor is Professor Pritam Singh. Pritam has been a longtime friend, and one of the leading scholars of political economy of India, and he, I believe, just recently retired from Oxford Brookes University, and he is also a former student of one of the world's leading scholars of political economy, David Harvey, at New School, I believe, in the United States. Pritam? Pritam? Okay, if Pritam is not here, I will go to the next speaker. This is an incredible honor and a pleasure to introduce the Right Honorable Irwin Cotler. Irwin is a former Minister of Justice and counsel Nelson Mandela when Mandela was behind bars, and he was also the Attorney General of Canada. He had done so many firsts in his legal careers. He is the Emeritus Professor of Law at McGill University and runs the distinguished Human Rights Center called Wallenberg Human Rights Center. And he has introduced many, first-time acts or laws or policies with respect to Native persecution of Native Canadians and minorities and others. Irwin? He was here before. Hang on. Oh, you're muted.
I was muted, yeah.
Yeah, some of your colleagues are here like Greg.
So thank you, Zarni, for your kind words of introduction. May I commend you and those associated with you for organizing this timely and significant forum, for sounding the alarm on what Gregory Stanton in the program before referred to as an early warning, what Ewelina spoke about in terms of our responsibility to prevent. And where you, as Zarni has put it, because it's surprisingly it's been taking place in a democracy like India, but whereas you put it, India is great, not only because of iconic figures like Gandhi, but because its society is tolerant, inclusive, and multi-civilizational. But as you added, but if hundreds of millions of good Indians stay silent and let the hate mongers call, plan, and press for mass violence against Muslims and other non-Hindu communities, well, that can take us down the road. We could sleepwalk our way to evil. And it is this lesson, this warning that underpinned my own co-sponsorship of a motion as a parliamentarian to establish in Canada the month of April as Genocide Prevention Month, to remember and be reminded. And at that time when we did it, we identified 5 genocides, beginning with the first genocide of the 20th century in Armenia, followed by the Holodomor in Ukraine, followed by the Holocaust, and then genocide in Srebrenica, and of course the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, where 10,000 Tutsis were murdered every day for 3 months amidst the bystander international community. And it did not end there. As I said subsequently in the Canadian Parliament, and of particular relevance to our meeting today, that what makes these genocides so unspeakable are not only the horrors themselves. That would be bad enough. What makes them so unspeakable is that they were preventable. Nobody could say we did not know. We knew, but we did not act. Just as with regard to Darfur, opening the 21st century, we knew, but we did not act. And with regard to the Rohingya, and with regard to the Uyghurs at this point, we know and are not acting. That is why when I left Parliament, and you reference this, I established the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, not only for the pursuit of justice, but the combating of injustice, and to learn and act upon the lessons of Never Again, which has been referenced by your speakers. And our center is named in remembrance of Canada's first honorary citizen, Raoul Wallenberg, who demonstrated how one person with the compassion to care and the courage to act can combat evil, prevail, and thereby transform history. And these lessons include and are particularly relevant to our discussion today. 1, the danger of silence in the face of evil, the responsibility to protest. 2, the danger of indifference and inaction in the face of mass atrocity and genocide, the responsibility to protect. 3, the danger of incitement to hate and genocide. Ewelina references in her remarks just before. And the Supreme Court of Canada held in a important judgment of reference to us here today when it held that the Holocaust did not begin in the gas chambers, said the court. It began with words. These are the catastrophic effects of racism. These, as the court put it, are the chilling facts of history, a judgment that subsequently affirmed in the International Criminal Court for Rwanda. The danger of la trahison d'éclair, the betrayal of the elites. Nuremberg crimes were the crimes of Nuremberg elites. And finally, the danger of impunity, because impunity incentivizes more hate, more atrocities. Therefore, the Canadian government, and I'm pleased to be able to say this, and with this I move to a close, the Canadian government last summer held 2 national summits, a national summit to combat anti-Semitism in the face of the resurgent global anti-Semitism, and a national summit to combat Islamophobia in the face of the resurgent Islamophobia, and where we are committed to developing a national strategy against hate to protect minorities targeted by the things that have been discussed here today, and where never again should not be just an idle slogan, but a commitment to act against racism, against hate, against indifference, against inaction, against anti-Semitism, against Islamophobia, against the targeting of any minority, against the crime whose name we should even shudder to mention, namely genocide. And therefore, remember always, and with this I close, that silence in the face of evil ends up being complicity with evil itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irwin. Irwin talked about genocides as phenomena that can be prevented. And the next speaker I'd like to introduce is Dr. Catherine Southwick. She's a contractor specializing in genocide prevention, or more broadly, mass atrocity crimes prevention with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And she has done extensive work on, the legal and other strategies in terms of genocide prevention. She's traveled to Auschwitz with about a dozen Burmese who wish to learn from history. Catherine.
Thank you, Zarni. As Zarni said, I'm a lawyer and scholar on rule of law and atrocity prevention, and speaking in my independent personal capacity for this event. I believe part of my role as a non-Indian is to express solidarity with Indian activists and citizens, and to affirm a global movement against persecution and fascist politics, and for human rights and inclusion. Under the 1948 Genocide Convention and Responsibility to Protect, all states are committed to preventing and protecting populations from genocide and other mass atrocities wherever they occur. And I want to take this opportunity then to call on states, including the US, my own country, who bear in different ways responsibility in the promotion of Islamophobia, to act meaningfully under these international obligations. The world's largest democracy is at stake as political forces take the country into the direction of authoritarianism and fascist politics. As philosopher Jason Stanley has written in How Fascism Works, Politics of Us and Them, fascist politics involves rhetoric that encourages fear and anger as a means to foment ethnic and religious division, seeping into public discourse. The effect is for that division to shape the outcome of elections and the content of policies and law, which we see in the implementation of the National Register of Citizens and citizenship amendment bills, which excludes Muslims from paths to citizenship. As others have noted and I have noted, denial of access to citizenship based on religious or ethnic discrimination is a warning sign for mass atrocities. Citizenship laws that exclude on the basis of racial or ethnic identity formalize exclusionary ideologies and prime the state with society to carry out further destruction of targeted groups. We see this in the case of the Rohingya of Myanmar. We saw this in the case of Nazi Germany, and the denationalization of Jews formed part of the basis for convicting senior Nazi officials for crimes against humanity. The protection of minorities is a keystone in the edifice of democracy, and a crack in that keystone enables attacks on any and all political enemies, and removes constraints. When there is no political or law enforcement response to those who incite genocide and crimes against humanity, we are living in a world with fewer constraints on abuse of power. We are living in a world with less rule of law and fewer human rights. We live with growing risk that bystanders become perpetrators, as exclusionary ideologies and laws create a logic that rewards and incentivizes acts that enable harm and violence. This causes intergenerational trauma, not only for victims, but also for perpetrators and their families. It strengthens discriminatory ideologies in other parts of the world. On a personal level, it pains me to see the direction powerful forces in India are taking. I lived in Delhi for more than a year, over 20 years ago, where I worked for a local human rights organization. And that experience had an outsized influence on my interest in anti-discrimination and atrocity prevention. I participated in a conference for Asian NGOs in preparation for the World Conference Against Racism that took place in Durban, South Africa, 2001. At this conference, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, who had lost his country through discrimination and violence, personally blessed our group's effort to spotlight issues in Asia. As a big, noisy city, Delhi was a challenging place to live. One of the places I went to from time to time for a sense of peace and quiet was the Jama Masjid, the great mosque in Old Delhi, built in the 1600s. And that place, with Persian inscriptions and the proportions and lines of the buildings, always inspired reverence and calm. I gained so much from India as a home of great social movements, public interest litigation, diverse culture, warm hospitality. And so I welcomed this opportunity to offer some of these words and my ongoing motivation that I take from my experience in India, in the humble hope that it can comfort some in India who are afraid and perhaps help inspire those on the sidelines to greater action. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. The next speaker I'd like to call on is Nikhil Mandalapati. He's an advocacy director for a very prominent human rights organization formed by Americans of Hindu faith, many of them from South Asia, Hindus for Human Rights. And he has worked at the Aspen Institute in Colorado, and also spoken at different prominent fora, including the World's Parliament of the Religions. And his organization was one of the co-sponsors of a recent US Congressional Subcommittee hearing on this very subject of potential genocide in India. Nikhil? Hello? Oh. Nikhil? They phoned me up just quite last night, and Professor Stanton, they wanted to sponsor the event at a very, very late hour, and also wanted to speak, and so they are not here. So the next speaker, instead of wasting minutes, is my British Bengali brother, Mabra Ahmed, who is co-founder and co-director of Restless Beings. And Mabra has been a tireless and very capable activist. That he is, his ancestry is East Bengal, and he speaks very loudly against the state of Bangladesh when Bangladesh does wrong. Mabra.
Thank you, Zani, firstly, for your kind words. It's good to see so many friends and colleagues on screen as well. I thank you for inviting us to participate in this much needed discussion. I want to start off with a quote from Narendra Modi. He said on the 29th of January 2022, just a few days ago, "Today, when significant changes are taking place all over the world, the importance of India-Israel relations has increased even further." And this is said on the 30th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Israel and India. And I think this is important, and the reason I highlight this is, he mentions the term significant changes taking place across the world. And why should that therefore then lead to India and Israel's trade relations is a question that I would like to ask at this stage. It seems to me that they have a common enemy, a Muslim population within. Now, when you look at India in recent times and you look at Kashmir, Assam, Lakshadweep, recent hijab bans, the destruction of the Babri Masjid, things like Love Jihad, national religious-based conferences that so many of our speakers have already kind of highlighted, the open killing of, that call for the open killing of Muslims. All of these are examples of how civil society and central governance of BJP have basically narrowed their focus on a state-level discrimination and violence that Muslims now face in India. There are daily occurrence of violations and marginalizations against Muslims, again, that have been covered by many, many speakers before myself. I'm just going to narrow in a little bit more on the case of Kashmir, Assam, Lakshadweep, where we've seen kind of policies again and open discrimination, which are apparent. I think, and obviously Professor Stanton mentions this so eloquently on so many different occasions, but when a nation moves towards genocide, the agenda of discrimination is no longer opaque. It becomes more and more clear, becomes more and more transparent. And of course, policy is one of those ways, one of those methodologies, if you like, of being able to identify what the agenda, the political agenda and the will is. So it's no coincidence, I don't think, that places like Kashmir, Assam, Lakshadweep are also the regions that have the highest population density of Muslims, and these are the regions where we've seen open discrimination through policy, as well as, of course, through civil society movements as well. The hatred, the vilification of Muslims, and the incentive, if you like, or the initiative of the BJP is no longer hidden. It's unbashful in their approach. And a lot of this comes from kind of neoliberal incentives, first from the might of the RSS and the financial might of the RSS and the supporter base of their multi-billion-dollar financiers, of NRIs, non-resident Indians from around the world. And secondly, about how RSS and particularly the BJP retain heavy popular support from the Indian electorate as well. The attack on Muslim identity in India is obviously not just political, it's multifaceted. And a very good method of being able to spot this is through the use of popular media. So when you look at things like Bollywood, which is the most popular medium in India for reaching out to the billion-plus population, you will see that there's an agenda which regularly places Muslims and Muslim identities at the forefront of bad character, the common enemy, the character or the society which brings down Indian society, brings the society of India into disrepute. And it places the Muslims as the premier enemy, the premier threat from within. Even when you look at private news stations, most of those news stations, when you watch them, produce a high tension and urgency in their approach to the growing threat within the Muslims of India. And so when you combine this popular format of Bollywood with the informational format of private news channels, and you see that this growing propaganda, I mean, this is not something that is relevant only to India. This is, in every genocide that we've ever seen in recent times, media and the propaganda plays such a huge part in being able to, if you like, be the mouthpiece of the administration, which is perpetrating, hate, vilification, and such on. And so the only other thing that I would like to mention in terms of media is, of course, when we're talking about media in genocides, it's been well reported, as is in the case of Rwanda, in Bosnia, in Myanmar, and now what we're seeing in India. But there's a slight change that we're seeing. The format is changing a little bit. There is a whole new territory of ownership of the digital landscape too. And I'll touch upon this again in a second before I close my few minutes. Also, let's just take a few moments to look at how this majoritarian policy and this majoritarian approach of Hindutva is supported by international players. The trade between US and India is valued at about $150 billion, between the UK and India about 23 billion pounds, $125 billion between India and China, $63 billion between India and the EU, and more than $20 billion of trade between Russia and Israel between them. And this level of investment from the international community really gives the central government of India, the RSS, as well as the BJP, the thumbs up, if you like, to continue in their growing violence in policy and in creating this xenophobic atmosphere within the country as it continues along the path of religious nationalism. I think the most significant thing in terms of trade is to look at the trade that happens with Israel, where most of that trade is made up of military-grade equipment, and the combination of technology and the manpower, if you like, the technology of Israel and the manpower of India to create the world's most powerful axis of AI will lead the light for the largest threat to humanity in years and decades to come. And that is the securitization and the eventual authoritarianism on the digital landscape. And it's that very landscape which every economy, every opportunity of politics, every opportunity of sharing news is the format. The digital landscape is the format for all of those things, and it's the format which binds, if you like, this globalism that we live in at the moment. The pathway and the approach that India is taking towards its Muslims is almost like a litmus test of what this combination of media, policy, digital ownership, economic so-called liberalism can look as an example for the world powers in decades to come. And I just want to finish by saying I stand in solidarity with everyone here, but more so with every Indian as their democracy is destroyed from within. And the call to arrest this destruction is what this entire conference, this entire gathering is about. And I salute all who join in our joint clarion call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mabra. That was a very thoughtful comment that you just delivered. Our previous speaker that didn't get on time, he's back. He's just got on, Nikhil Mendalapati of the Hindus for Human Rights in the United States. And I have, Nikhil, I have already made the introduction, so you just go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I apologize for joining a few minutes late. But my name is Nikhil, and I serve as Advocacy Director with Hindus for Human Rights. And we are very honored to be co-sponsoring this event along with our friends at Indian American Muslim Council and so many of the other groups who we're very lucky to work with, including Genocide Watch, of course. And I'm very honored to be speaking alongside so many distinguished activists, scholars, artists, and intellectuals from around the world. As Hindus for Human Rights, we are proud to be the only Hindu organization co-sponsoring today's event. Many other speakers have shared about the situation on the ground in India today. And rather than repeating these points, I want to speak specifically about the role of India's Hindu majority and what's going on today. Personally, I have grown up, entering adulthood in a time of rising Hindutva, both in the United States and in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was elected near the end of my high school when I was growing up in Seattle, Washington. And a few years later, I saw even in the United States, the rise of groups like Hindus for Trump and Republican Hindu Coalition, who are championing the same ideology of hatred against Muslims, xenophobia, right-wing religious nationalism, both in my Indian American communities as well as on the ground in India. And so I want to just open with a quote from a Hindu theologian, Dr. Anantanand Rambachan, who says that the rise of populist nationalism, and especially those versions that clothe themselves in religious colors, requires a critique from the same religious traditions. And unfortunately, whether here in the United States or in India, I have not seen a robust movement of Hindus who are speaking up as Hindus against this ideology of hate. We know that Hindutva as an ideology is about just 100 years old. It was developed during the colonial period of British rule, and is explicitly an ideology that sees Indians who are Muslim or Christian or other faiths as not belonging to this country, to this land. It is an ideology which draws inspiration from European fascist movements. It draws inspiration from the worst parts of our own traditions. And yet, across India, what we have mostly seen as this ideology has grown is silence. We've seen silence from temples, from religious leaders, from community leaders, and everyday people. And in fact, more than just silence, we're now seeing justifications for this ideology of Hindutva as, Hindutva just meaning Hinduness. It means just assertive Hindu, someone who's standing up for their rights to be a Hindu. Whereas we know, if we look back to the very first text that described this ideology, it's an ideology that culminates in genocide, which is what we're here all discussing. And it's the silence of Hindu leaders, Hindu institutions across India and in the diaspora that has led us to where we are today, where so-called religious leaders, swamis, sadhus, sadhvis can get up on stages in places like Haridwar and issue calls for genocide against hundreds of millions of Indians who are not Hindu, those who are Muslim and other faiths as well. And so as a Hindu organization who speaks out against caste and against Hindutva, we of course get our fair share of backlash from our community. We are constantly trolled, attacked, receive death threats for calling us anti-Hindu or fake Hindus, Hindu-phobic, anything you can describe. But at the end of the day, we know that simply because we are Hindu, because I have the privilege of having a Hindu name, this is nothing compared to what my Dalit friends or Muslim friends or Christian friends are going through. And so as Hindus, we see this as our dharma or our religious duty to be speaking up against this injustice and this ideology that says that Hindus must be on the attack. They must be, committing violence against our brothers and sisters. And so my heartfelt appeal to any Hindu who is watching this, whether you are religious or not, we need you to speak up now as a Hindu, against this ideology of Hindu nationalism. You can still identify as liberal or secular, as all of us do here, but that is important and that's needed as well. But in this time when politicians, extremist groups are speaking in your name as a Hindu and in the name of Hindu identity, we need those who have the privilege to carry Hindu names and Hindu identities to stand up and say, this ideology of hate does not represent, the India that I love. And so I know that our friend, Mr. Zarni, told us earlier that if hundreds of millions of good Indians are staying silent and just letting hate mongers call and plan for mass violence against Muslims and other non-Hindu communities, that doesn't only diminish, the greatness of India as a society, but the majority Hindu community will be sleepwalking into genocide. And that is just a truly ominous and horrifying image. And so at Hindus for Human Rights, we are offering a platform and a path and a community for Hindus who have woken up to this, and a path for Hindus to defend Indian democracy and our Hindu traditions themselves and prevent this catastrophe of genocide. Because we know, just as the example of other societies who have gone through genocide shows us that, sure, they might come for Muslims now, Christians then, Sikhs, and indigenous people, Dalits, so many other communities. But at the end of the day, this is going to turn back on ourselves, and there's no end to this hate. So thank you all for speaking out and doing what you're doing, and we're proud to be adding a progressive Hindu voice in this fight.
Thank you very much, Nikhil, and we're really happy to have you on board, and also your brother Muslim organization, the IAMC. So the next speaker I'd like to call on is a dear friend over the last almost 30 years, and he has lent his scholarship for righteous causes, whether it's against white racism in academia across the world, or genocide against Rohingyas in Burma. And he has done tremendous service to the Rohingya people and the rest of Burma by digging up and dusting off archival materials buried for 70 years and providing scholarship as a tool for justice and liberation. Professor Michael Chane is a professor at the School of Oriental and African Studies. He's a very prominent and leading scholar of Southeast Asia. He's also a colleague with me on this intellectual voluntary network called FOSI. Mike. You're muted.
Okay, there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for giving me some space to talk. I'm just going to make a few brief comments. In the case of genocide, I know best, the intense outburst by the Burmese military against the Rohingya population 4.5 years ago. The problem is a lot of what led up to what happened in Myanmar is already repeating itself and has been repeating itself in India. So, unfortunately, in addition to little being achieved in the case of the Rohingya and helping them return and punishing the guilty, it would appear that we have acts that are globally becoming more likely rather than less, and nowhere more so than India at this very moment. Part of the work of stemming this slide, and it's not just about India, it's about the globe. Part of the work of stemming this slide towards mass violence is, of course, making societies more aware of why what happens within their borders is their responsibility at some level, but also make everybody, people, globally aware that we need to be global citizens who take transgressions against other human beings seriously as a crime against the world. This is something students and academics can do right now in events just like this: inform and be informed, challenge those who excuse their support for terrible crimes at every moment, and allow them no space to foment murder or religious hatred or ethnic hatred or expulsion of those who are different. Now, I've been talking in the past about Bamar Buddhist extremism, but I see this happening all over again now with Hindutva. But it's not the only case, as we saw with Trump and followers in the United States. We see this in many different countries. To pretend it's a problem just in India will do everyone a disservice. And we can appeal all we want to people to be a better Hindu, a better Christian, a better Buddhist, a better Muslim, but we will make little headway, however, unless we remove some of the most effective discursive tools available to perpetrators and their allies in politics, and even within academia. Among the many ways bad regimes and their international friends have successfully avoided being punished for genocide is the abuse of the term ethnic cleansing. Although these acts might still constitute crimes against humanity as part of something else, it does not exist as an independent crime under international law and has no internationally accepted legal definition. Its vagueness allows nearly every aspect of genocide to be excused away as something else, and its vagueness also allows states, international organizations, individual perpetrators, and others to apply it to nearly any situation. Ultimately, whether someone or something is guilty of genocide becomes merely a political choice, and should a state enjoy the informal protection of one or another major power, they have little to worry about in the way of punitive action, so they just go ahead. So rather than articulate a difference that would merely substantiate a gray area even further, I urge that we work to remove this loophole to define involuntary, and hence violent ethnic, religious, and other mass deportations as ethnic cleansing as part of a subset of the acts of genocide before this takes place in India. We're in the first couple stages of genocide. This will be the next. And perhaps this can help to prevent a forthcoming genocide in India, one that the West, in particular, might have more political difficulties challenging than they would in other cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. The next speaker that I would like to call on is a longtime colleague of mine and a fellow citizen from Myanmar. And if anybody who knows the consequences of states violating some of the sacred principles, such as equality or equality of races and religious communities, that would be Han. Han Yong-wei had to flee the country when he was a teenager at 15, and his ethnic community, the Shan, had been colonized by my own dominant ethnic group, Bamar, led by the Burmese military, and his whole family has been persecuted. Mother died in exile in Canada, and another brother, and the father, who was one of the founding fathers of our country, and the first president, also died in the hands of the very first military coup regime of General Irwin. And he will be speaking from Montreal, Canada, and he has been a staunch supporter of democratization and ethnic equality in Burma. Kohan?
Thank you, Zani. Thank you for inviting me. And if I may, I would like to address what I'm about to say to the people of India. I would like to say that genocide is an evil act. It destroys both the victims and the perpetrators. It dehumanizes everyone. It weakens and destroys a nation rather than make it stronger. And genocide does not start with violence. It is like cancer. It starts and we don't know about it, or we only begin to see the symptoms later. And if nothing is done to stop it, it will kill. And I would like to say that it is time for the Indian people to really wake up and see what is going on. India is a great nation because of its diversity. The special contribution made by the different communities is what makes India unique, Indian society special. And its rich culture and source of diversity is an inspiration for the world. I myself have always looked to India as a source of inspiration. I've also spent a lot of time in India over the years. And I would hate to see this sense of hatred and fear growing until it becomes a genocide. It has to be stopped. And it is up to the people of India to do something. Do not think that the international community will come. It is your nation, it is your country, you have to act. In Burma, where I come from, we had a great opportunity in 1947 to build a nation that would make use of its diversity. But the majority decided to suppress the minority communities. And what is the result? We have a country at war with itself for the last 70 years. It also resulted in the genocide of the Rohingya people. I want to emphasize that at independence, when my father was the president, the Rohingya were full citizens. They were even recognized as indigenous to Burma. And the Rohingya people served in the government services, in the education services, in business, in parliament, everywhere. They were fully part of society. And today, most of them are refugees or in exile in other countries. And in Myanmar, they are strangers in their own homeland. So I do not want that to happen to India. So I really appeal to the people of India, the leaders and the various governments in India. Do not let your country be divided. Celebrate your diversity. We are all humans. We are brothers and sisters. Do not let the hatred and the fear that is being fomented overwhelm you. Reach out to your neighbors, to the stranger amongst you, and find out that they are very much like you. Do not keep silent. As was mentioned by one of the speakers, practice Dharma. Let your compassion guide you. And peace to all. Shalom.
Thank you very much, Kohan. The next speaker is from Burma, doing PhD at the Institute of Social Studies at The Hague, a very renowned critical social studies institution. More importantly, he has spent over 20 years working at the community level, development, and also involving in the environmental struggles, justice, and anti-racism. I have the privilege to introduce Sai Samkum. He comes from the same ethnic community as the previous speaker does. Sai?
Thank you, Gulzani. Thank you for having me.
I feel very emotional hearing what Hans said, because we share a lot of history and experiences. It's an honor to be here, dear brothers and sisters in India. From the moment I get up in the morning, lifting a cup of sweet milk tea and eating a samosa, to saying Buddhist devotion afterwards, India is with me. The way the astrologer named my name, the longi I wear, and the daily use of words and concepts have influences from Pali and Sanskrit cultures. From traditional music, Burmese dances, architecture, literature, and poetry, there is this immense influence and presence of Indian art and culture. In my personal view, India is not confined to a geographical location. It is never owned by a single ethnicity, nor a single religion, nor a single polity. With all the intellects, philosophies, scholarships, multiplicity, layers, complex webs of lives, the wholeness, the divines, the colors, the glitters, the Bollywood musicals, to the messy slums and politics, the wholeness and diversity is what India is to us. This is how we experience and fell in love with India. These days, I observe with great dismay that there is a rise of right-wing Hindu nationalism in India. It is very worrying for someone like me who have experienced fascist Burma Buddhist nationalism in Burma or Myanmar. The subsequent war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the genocide cases Myanmar is now facing at the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice put us to shame. Myanmar as a society has failed to protect its ethnic and religious minorities such as Rohingyas, Kaman, Karen, Rakhine, Shan, Kachin. Myanmar today is literally burning, and I don't wish anyone to experience such agony and shame we feel. Among many factors, the distinguished speakers today have highlighted, the politic of hate, division, and segregation also has its root in colonialism, coloniality of power, and very importantly, the structural and institutional inequality largely created by the neoliberal capitalist economy. To address the politic of divisions means to address how we reimagine and reshape our economy to be fairer and more equal. It also means the need to address structural inequality, such as the persisting caste system, removing undemocratic laws such as Armed Forces Special Power Act imposed against the targeted minority, as well as addressing the economic and moral corruption of the ruling classes. I hope the strong democratic institutions in India will wake up, organize and mobilize the public and take actions. There is no time to stay indifferent. Especially, I would like to call out the polite moderates and liberals to come out of their comfort zone, speak up against the racism, scream against fascism, and take urgent actions. The need for a well-organized political action is never more so urgent. Today, I stand in solidarity with the Muslim, the Dalits, the ethnic people of Northeast India, and other oppressed minority across India. Let me share a short poem to conclude my talk. It was written by Abel Miropoulos, a teacher, songwriter, and member of the American Communist Party. In 1937, he wrote this poem to speak up against lynching of the Black people in the American South. The context is very different, but the grim poem warns us what disaster the politic of hate and segregation can bring. I hope it will never happen and that we can stop it from happening. The poem is called Strange Fruit. Southern trees bear a strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root, black buddies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruits hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the golden south, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolias sweet and fresh, then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for the tree to drop. Here is a strange and bitter crop. May freedom, justice, and democracy prevail. Thank you for your attention. I'm Sai Sam from Myanmar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, co-sign. I have one emergency swap to make, and I beg the forgiveness from my dear friend Amitabh, the refugee musician from Austria. He's originally from Syria. He has to leave, and he is scheduled for 4:10, and so another 20 minutes he'll have to go. So instead of like making him stress, I asked Amitabh to allow him to play for 5 minutes, and then you take his spot. You will have a very good spot after David Amram. The musician will be introduced by Sinduja.
Okay, I just got the information that Mulham is on his way, so he should be joining Zoom in exactly 10 seconds. So while he does that, it's a pleasure for me to introduce Mulham, a dear friend of mine. I met him in Krakow when he visited during one of our charity concert events through my organization, Rethinking Refugees. And his music has been absolutely absolutely brilliant. So as Maung already mentioned, Mulham is from Aleppo, Syria, and he came to Europe for seeking safety, and now he is in Graz, Austria. He started playing the guitar when he was in 2009, but it was only in 2014 that he started composing his own music after his grandmother passed away. So what he says is that he tries to emulate emotions and tries to tell his story through his music. Many years later, he finally has his own album, and it's called Stolen Memories, which you can find on every music platform. And today he will be playing something from his album, Stolen Memories. So I'm really happy that all of you get to hear the lovely, lovely Mulham Al-Bordan. So I don't know if he's here yet.
He checked in earlier, but I don't see him. Maybe call him because I don't want to upset the later speakers. Some speakers are not single parents, but the other parents are absent.
Maybe
I think like Amitabh, Amitabh, are you ready to go? And then when the musician comes, we can
Yes, Zarni. Yes, I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. Amitabh Pal is information or the public relations officer with the Freedom from Religion Foundation, and he was also managing director of a very prominent progressive publications based in Madison, Wisconsin, called The Progressive. And he recently was in India, and he has done extensive research and also publicly speaking out on this issue of manufactured hatred of religious minorities in India, his native country. Amitabh.
Thank you so much, Zarni. And it's been so great to be friends with Zarni for decades, stretching back to his days at the University of Wisconsin. We recently reconnected and have swapped playing guest and host. I've had Zarni come and speak to my comparative politics class at Edgewood College here in Madison. He's had me on before. It's so great to be part of this forum that Zarni has organized. I wanted to focus on something that's of deep research interest to me, as Zarni knows, and that's right-wing populism and placing Narendra Modi in that framework. Now, he's part of this global phenomenon that includes Donald Trump, Brexit, Turkey, Philippines, Bolsonaro in Brazil. And all of these are based on the notion of these leaders being unmediated vessels of the popular will. And right-wing populism also is based on the insider-outsider dichotomy. And because of that, there has to be an outsider population created. That is what Narendra Modi is about in India, and the organization that he's belonged to since he was 8 years old. As I can't emphasize this enough, at an age that we all are finding our bearings, he joined the RSS, the Rashtriya Samsevak Sangh, which has existed since the 1920s and is devoted to the primacy of Hinduism in India at the least, and that the minorities in India should live at the sufferance and the willingness of the majority to tolerate them. Other religions in India, such as Sikhism, Jainism, and Buddhism, which is the religion of so many of my friends here in this forum, are thought to be junior Hinduism because they all are supposed to have derived from Hinduism. But Islam and Christianity cannot be placed in that framework. Hence, the threat to the Indian identity that Modi and his family of Hindu nationalist organizations feel. Also, secularism, I must add, is also thought to be, and progressivism in general, are thought to be Western imports and un-Indian. But the Muslims are thought to be a major threat because they're about 14-15% of the Indian population. So the whole notion has been how to marginalize them, deprive them of their voting rights. You must have heard of the Citizenship Amendment Bill, the National Registry of Citizens, for example. There's been the Love Jihad campaign that they are marrying Hindu women for converting them. There's been the dietary laws with an emphasis on beef. And of course, calls for genocide, which the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, is very smart in outsourcing to other fringe organizations. And then acting in a huff, if you ask them about it, as happened with the deputy chief minister of the largest state in India, to which my family belongs, 235 million people. Deputy Chief Minister, BBC reporter asks him about what happened at the convention where the genocide calls happened. He says, that's not my business. We don't have anything to do with it. Then man handles the reporter, tries to get the footage deleted. Thankfully, they saved the footage and it was broadcast. The BJP in the largest state in India doesn't have a single Muslim state assembly member. They didn't even have a candidate. I have to add that. So Modi's popularity rests on this Hindu nationalism, insider-outsider dichotomy, with a dollop of welfare populism. The question is, can he overcome the macroeconomic and social wreckage that he's causing by all of this? Unemployment is at a 45-year high. Poverty is rising even before COVID. Some bright spots, some not so bright spots. Let's remember, 60% plus of the Indian population voted against the BJP. But the vote is divided into so many different parties. That's the problem. So at least 60% don't believe enough in Hindu nationalism to vote. So that's kind of reassuring. And I don't know how long this can last, basically. This call for genocide, there's marginalization of Muslims. How much is it a cause for alarm, concern, or just raising our eyebrows? That can be debated. But certainly it's not reassuring. Let's hope this goes away. The last small segue I wanted to add before leaving is the US role. Trump was a kindred spirit of Modi. The surprise is how little has changed in terms of the Biden administration's approach toward India. The reason is China. So nuances have changed. Vice President Kamala Devi Harris, of course, partly of Indian origin, has expressed her concern in the past, yet they need India against China, have made it a part of the Quad. So I applaud those diaspora groups that are trying to change US policy toward India. And as I said, let's hope that the United States is tougher on India, and let's hope that Modi is ousted from power soon in the next elections due to, as I said, all the wreckage that he's leaving behind. Thank you so much, Zarni, for having me on.
Thank you, Amit. And we have already made the introduction for the Syrian musician. So I will just give him the floor. Mulham?
Yes, Mulham is right there. Yeah.
Hello. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
The floor is yours. We hear you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mulam Aboden, and I will send out the link for his music. This piece was called "Stolen Memories." He is originally from Aleppo, Syria. The next speaker I have the honor to invite is my mentor when I was a visitor at Oxford University, Barbara Harris-White. She is a longtime scholar of Indian political economy, specializing in the informal economies. Okay. She just entered the Zoom. Hello, Barbara. Give her 10 seconds. Hello, Barbara. Hello. I just admitted her to the, he's a longtime scholar of Indian political economy, specializing in the informal economies. Oh, okay. She just, can someone tell me like how I recorded myself? Hello, Barbara.
Hello, can you hear me?
I have just introduced you.
Thank you.
You missed it. And so just take the floor, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for organizing today. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I just admitted her to the, he's a longtime scholar of Indian. 1 second, I am getting the echo. In the informal economies. Okay. She just, can someone tell me like how I recorded myself? Hello, Barbara.
Hello, can you hear me?
I have just introduced you. You missed it. And so just take the floor, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for organizing today.
Oh, this is.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
He's a long-time scholar of. 1 second, I am getting the echo. 1 second, I don't know how this happened. Okay. She just. Can someone tell me like how I recorded?
It's going round and round in a circle.
I know. I have just introduced you. You missed it, and so just take the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for organizing today.
Oh, this is.
Hello, can you hear me?
This is. He's a long-time scholar of. 1 second, I am getting this. 1 second, I don't know how this happened.
No, it's going round and round.
She just. Can someone tell me like how I recorded?
It's going round and round in a circle.
I know. I have just introduced. This is a technical issue.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for organizing today.
Oh, this is.
Hello, can you hear me?
This is. He's a long-time scholar of. 1 second, I am getting this. 1 second, I don't know how this happened.
No, it's going round and round.
Can someone tell me like how I recorded?
It's going round and round in a circle.
I know. I have just introduced. This is a technical issue.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for organizing today.
Zerni, can you switch off your laptop and start again?
That will create a major problem because we've got everyone will have to come back on.
I see.
Okay, I think like it's sorted. Barbara.
No, Zarni, you can make somebody else the host, and you can turn off and turn on. You can come back here.
I think
you just have to make somebody else the host.
I think we're okay, Barbara. We're okay.
I think so, at least. It's not. Is she still here? Or?
Oh, she's coming back in, I believe. Yes, I think. Waiting room. Yes, she's coming back in. So I'll shut up. Barbara, all good?
I left and I returned, and
Yes.
I hope that's okay.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, all sorted.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry to have been the unwitting cause of the delay. I want to thank Sunny and also to express my gladness at being in such a wonderful audience. In 1969, I drove from Cambridge to New Delhi. And when I arrived in New Delhi, there was a fervent debate about how to counter the obstacles to economic growth that were caused by caste in a religiously plural society. And at that time, the major figures, both in politics and in higher education, invoked Weber's steel frame and Smith's animal spirits, and argued that the combined efforts of the state and the market would dissolve all forms of obscurantism, including religious obscurantism. Now, as we've heard today, this has not happened, and religion has certainly not been dissolved or confined to the private sphere. There are many reasons for this, and I won't go into many of them, but one, I think, is that India's concept of secularism or secularity is in the constitution involves, it's not anti-religion, but it involves equal respect for all religions. And to cut a long story short, over time, equal respect under the law has morphed into toleration for religious inequality, which has morphed into Hinduism becoming the national religion and in some sense, the secular religion. And that has morphed, as we've seen, into Hindutva, a kind of totalizing concept of Hinduness. At the same time, India's laws, which regulate society and economy, have been very selectively enforced. There's a massive informal economy, there's a massive Black economy, but there's a huge mass of regulative law. And what this selective enforcement has done is given us space for regulation by custom and by social forces rather than by the letter of the law. So India has a social structure of economic accumulation, and that is also a social structure of discrimination. What we've learned today, and many of us have learned through experience, sadly, is that hate speech and genocide mongering, about which other colleagues have spoken, is sleepwalking into the evil of violence. But what I want to argue today is also that economic discrimination is sleepwalking us, and we're all Indians in this gathering, into a structure of violence, which will feed possibly genocide, I don't think, but certainly politicide. Politicide is the exclusion from power, the elimination of people from an imagined threat to the hegemony of the political elites of India. And I want to spend my time talking about two examples of what I mean, because I think they're slightly different from a lawyer's point of view and a sociologist's point of view. I want to talk about small town discrimination. In India, self-employment is the commonest form of livelihood. You won't believe it, but it comes out of every survey that has been done since independence. And 92% of India's livelihoods are unregulated, and they're called informal. And we can only know about them through fieldwork. Now, I want to talk about fieldwork on Muslim traders and businessmen in two small towns. Firstly, they're confined to certain sectors: fruit and vegetables, metal, auto repair, transport, retailing, rather than wholesaling and manufacturing. Secondly, they tend to be smaller than most other firms. They have low rates of return, low profits, and quite low life expectations. Thirdly, their relations to Hindu businesses are characterized by economic discrimination. That is, when they borrow money, they pay it back at higher interest. They may have contracts outright refused, or they have to buy raw materials at a higher price and sell products at a lower price than other firms. And often they're repaid when they purchase things at a very slow pace, which means they need more working capital for a given turnover. Their growth is slow and they fail to diversify like the average small family business. This is an economic seedbed for politicide. Sometimes these tense relations between Hindus and Muslims in the economy flare up into communal violence. I read recently that in 2020, there were twice as many communal violence incidents than there were in 2019. And the figure is 1 to 2,000. Nobody really knows, depending on the source. But the important thing is that the arrests from this doubling of communal violence declined while the communal violence itself expanded. So we have a sort of a situation of coexistence, long-term coexistence, which occasionally flares up due to especially when Muslim property competes with Hindu property head-on. The second case has been mentioned earlier today, but I want to explain a little bit more, and that's Muslims and the livestock economy. India has a vast livestock economy. It's 25% of agricultural GDP. India is the top milk producer of the world. It's the second to top leather producer of the world. It employs livestock employs 9% of the workforce. India produces a fifth of the world's cattle. I could go on with statistics, but you get my drift. It's a really important neglected part of the economy. And also India's really a big player, or has been until recently, in the export of beef and the export of leather. Now, all of these activities require slaughter, and the cow is sacred to Hinduism. The cattle economy and the leather economy is disproportionately populated by Muslims and by Dalits. Muslims can own land, manage the rental markets in draft animals, manage transport and trade and slaughterhouses, tanning and leatherwork. It's disproportionately Muslim. Now you can see that what I'm working up to is a state of high tension. After about 2005, up to 20 of India's 28 states have banned the slaughter of cows, not in the Northeast or in West Bengal or in Kerala. And this makes the all India trade in cattle very disrupted. In 2017, the BJP actually banned trade in cattle for slaughter, but they were forced to drop it because of the protests, as there's so many livelihoods that are jeopardized by that ban. Now, what is happening under the BJP is an enormous mobilization of cow protection vigilantes. They're called Gau Rakshas, and they're doing two things. They are assaulting people, disproportionately Muslim, who are suspected of carrying beef or meat of any sort, of the lynching and the killing of people transporting meat. 86% have been Muslim. But these cow vigilante groups are also stealing cattle that are owned by Muslims. They've stolen over 200,000 between 2014, when the BJP came to power, and 2017, when the statistics were compiled. And they take them to shelters, and from those shelters, they sell them to Hindu farmers, or they release them. And there's a growing problem in these parts of India of feral cattle, starving cattle, invading and rampaging all over the fields. Now, what are the results? Well, the results are up to 3 million livelihoods destroyed by 2017 in the cattle economy. I'll stop soon. And a huge multiplier of livelihoods in the leather industry and in domestic female workers who are working on leather goods. There's been a massive decline in cattle exports, half of India's foreign exchange from cattle has disappeared. Okay, I stop. I hope that the lesson is very clear. Genocide itself is a social process for which discrimination is an early stage. Now, discrimination doesn't lead inevitably to genocide, but it's one of the preconditions. The India I went to in 1969 was a pluralist society with constitutional objectives of democracy, socialism, secularism. A lot of progress has been made. Life expectancy, for instance, when I went to India was 48 years, and it's now 70 years. But life expectation for Muslims is 10 years less. In moving away from democracy, socialism, and secularism, as we've seen so many speakers describe today, and moving towards a social form of fascism with Indian characteristics, Muslims are the largest others. Hate speech may lead to violence, but I want to argue today that economic discrimination also may lead to violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Barbara Harris-White. We are just 10 minutes behind for an event that's been going on for four hours. We are not doing too bad. Thank you so much to everybody. And we have the very distinguished renowned musician to play, but after Farid Hafiz. So Dr. Farid Hafiz is a very well-known scholar of extremism, particularly directed at Muslims around the world. He's a political scientist and sociologist with the University of Salzburg. He's been affiliated with many of the top institutions around the world, including UC Berkeley, Georgetown, Rutgers, and he is also the founder of Islamophobia Yearbook. And recently, both of us spoke at the biannual conference at Auschwitz Museum, back in July. And so, without further ado, Brother Farid.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Zarni. You hear me? All right.
Yes,
perfect.
yes, good.
Well, thank you for bringing all of us here together and to give a symbol out there in the world regarding this very important issue. I'm very pleased and feel honored to be part of this event. Thank you so much. As Zarna said, my take on this whole issue is coming from Islamophobia studies. And part of what I'm doing is I'm working for the Bridge Initiative at Georgetown University, which is a multi-year research project that is dedicated to the study of Islamophobia on a global scale. And if you want to have a look at our website, we actually have every year, at the end of the year, we also publish a report on different areas in the world. And actually this year we have also, again, published one report that is focused solely on India, alongside other areas like Europe or the United States. So I think this alone shows you how aware we are of the problematic developments that we are witnessing in India specifically. And I mean, again, like so many others here, I'm speaking here on not on the capacity on any institution, but just for myself. But a lot of what I'm talking about today is based on research that we have done, and especially my colleague Mubashra Tazamal, who is a senior researcher at the Bridge Initiative, what she has been doing in research on India and Islamophobia. So as for 2021, we could see that overall, on a global scale, really, Islamophobia remains a constant and growing threat around the globe. And it is something, the way I understand Islamophobia is not about the mobilization against Muslims only, but Islamophobia, as I understand it, is an important tool in the coloniality of power to basically uphold and preserve the dominant power structures. And I think especially since the war on terror, it has become an even more effective tool for many authoritarian regimes, as well as democratic ones, to further introduce authoritarian policies to stabilize the power structures around the globe. And speaking of genocides, I think genocides, in the way I understand it, linked to any form of racism, is one of the many manifestations of a lot of supremacist logics that we have seen throughout the world since the colonial time. So one of the most worrisome observations we had throughout 2021 was that Indian Muslims were not only continuously attacked by mobs, but more important, that state violence, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government continued to embolden the country's right-wing Hindu nationalist forces. As a researcher that is dealing primarily with Europe, I think it is important to note that there is a lot of transnational links that exist here. The RSS, which is the infamous Indian right-wing Hindu nationalist paramilitary volunteer organization, which has already been mentioned here before, includes not only 3 out of 4 ministers in the ruling BJP, but also, most importantly, one of its kind of adherents is the Prime Minister Modi himself. And since its early days, the RSS has been linked to white supremacist organizations in Europe and North America. And just to mention, amongst many of these relationships, Anders Behring Breivik, the man, the Norwegian mass murderer, who in 2011 killed 77 people, he hailed in his manifesto India's Hindu nationalist movie as, quote unquote, a key ally in a global struggle to bring down democratic regimes across the world. And amongst many, he listed the BJP as well as the RSS as one of those key allies in those nationalist movements. So I think there were a lot of things that have been mentioned today already in terms of what is going on in India, in terms of the conspiracy theories that are regularly mobilized in order to implement discriminatory policies excluding Muslims from the national body of India. The law of jihad was mentioned, but there is also, I think, linked to my previous speaker, the economic jihad, that is also one of the topoi that is regularly used by those nationalist movements. But again, even in the during the pandemic, there was this idea of the narcotics jihad. So there is a number of discourses that we have been observing throughout last year that have been used against the Muslim population. I think one of the most troublesome observations that we have been talking about also in our report was the banning of public Islamic schools, and the ministers defending this in several areas by speaking about not wanting to create imams, but professionals. So there were numerous legislations passed at the end of 2020 to convert all government-run madrasas to education facilities, basically stripping off Muslims of their right to religious education. Then beyond the economic deprivations that have been presented already, there were also obviously the larger problems of violence that was mobilized on behalf of nationalist movements that have a near relationship also to the governing BJP. I think what is also worth being mentioned here is that, I mean, beyond people like making statements that this is not only troublesome, but it reminds people of things that have happened throughout the world in terms of the first steps towards genocides. I think one of the things that we also have to keep in the conversation is that many of these measures that we see being weaponized against Muslims first and foremost are also meeting more and more other groups. It is not only like Christian, the Christian confession that is witnessing many of these atrocities. There were more than 305 attacks that were monitored against the Christian community in India, but also the growing sentiment that we see against Indian journalists, especially those critical of the state, that has also been on the receiving end of the government's discriminatory legislation. The government has wielded the country's counter-terrorist laws to silence critics and activists, leading many to note that the legislation has become actually a political weapon. And again, this is something that we don't see only in India, but actually throughout the globe, and more and more also in democratic countries, also countries where I come from, where anti-terrorist legislation is used to basically silence critics of injustice policies. So what we see currently is that a lot of freedoms are at stake, the freedom of speech, academic freedom, and especially in India, we have seen alongside the mobilization against Muslims and the instigation of anti-Muslim violence in the country, that this is something that is very, very worrisome and something that more people should speak out against. So thank you, Zarni, for having me and sharing also my perspective on that. And I hope that this is one first step towards creating more awareness of the troubling situation that we are witnessing throughout India.
Thank you, Farid. The next speaker is a musician and speaker. He will also speak. And Farid talk about, or other speakers talk about, global alliances and networks being formed across different fascist movements. And this distinguished gentleman consider himself a citizen of the planet. And if he's one of the foremost musicians in the world. If you mention Charles Mingus or Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, or mention all of these names that we have only heard of. He has worked with them, and he is 91 and still vibrant, and consider himself a still young composer. I'm very privileged to introduce David Amram.
Thank you, Zumi, and just a pleasure and an honor to be with all of you and hear the wonderful musicians and the wonderful speakers living in the United States, where we presumably have all the world's people. I've learned so much in being here, so that when I've been to all the other countries around the world, I understand that I'm a visitor to cultures I was not born into, but I go back to my musical roots to try to have respect and understanding for every single person who crosses my path. And the two principal people that have influenced me in music and in life were the great conductor Dimitri Mitropoulos, who I met in 1944. And he told me that in addition to playing music, he loved mountain climbing, because when everyone was connected to that rope, each person was connected to every other person to make sure that they could make it to the top of the mountain and get to the bottom of the mountain. And without understanding and feeling and respecting each other person's lives and feelings, you would never be able to make it. Also, I thought of that because George Matthews, who had invited me to conduct a piece of mine at Carnegie Hall when we were playing for the people from Rohingya, who were refugees, told me about this wonderful project. And like most people, I was not aware of this situation in India, but of course I was aware of it in the United States with the opposite side of the coin, which is known as Islamophobia, where people are terrified without knowing one person who believes in that religion. And I thought about what Mitropoulos said, because when George conducted Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, I was able to move from being a conductor to hiding in the audience and hearing that beautiful piece celebrating all men and women being somehow united. What a wonderful experience that was. And then I flashed back to a few years ago when I met Sonny Rollins back in 1955, and in 1991, when I was about to celebrate my 91st birthday, he said, "David, I'm 5 weeks older than you. Respect your elders and remember that you might feel bad, but in my situation, I can no longer play the saxophone. My wife has passed away. I'm kind of disabled, but I've never been happier in my life." I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yes, because all I do 24 hours a day is think about the golden rule." And I said, in our religion, "V'ahavta l'recha chamoka," meaning people respect and love their neighbors and therefore forgive themselves and respect themselves. That's something we could all think about. And it's easy to say that, very hard to do, but it's the basis of what we all have to do. And we have to tell politicians, people in power, people with enormous amounts of money, in a crude way, that it is bad. Genocide is bad for business. You don't kill your customers, and put it in that kind of vulgar way. I think that makes it clear that it's necessary for us to respect each and every person and realize that they might be seen different, but we're all connected. And whether we want to be or not is beside the point. We are all connected, and we all have to love and respect each other. And here's a little piece, so I could stay within my 5 minutes. Bless all of you for caring and for sharing. And I wish they could have programs like this every day around the world, and especially in our own country here in the United States, where we presume that this is how we're supposed to behave. To the extent that we don't, it's our job in music to try to bring harmony, love, and peace to every person whose path we cross. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to celebrating your 100th anniversary on a happier occasion.
Me too. Thank you.
That is the great David Amram, who wrote scores for Manchurian Candidate, and among others, and also wrote plays with Norman Mailer, and did a television series on genocide for the American TV series network called ABC. We are a little bit behind. The next speaker is my Bosniak or Bosnian Muslim brother, Demir Mahmutcehajic. I have known him for quite a few years, worked together. I can never learn to pronounce his name. So he will be speaking from Stolek, Bosnia. He was one of the founders of the Islamic Human Rights Commission for the United Kingdom, and he also had to flee the genocide in Bosnia. His mother was Croatian and father was Bosnian Muslim. And so the Demir.
Hello, Zarni. It's Demir Mahmutcehajic, but it's okay. The difference is, and the point of learning how to pronounce our names is something interesting in our relationship. So at one time, you'll get it there. First of all, thank you very much for organizing this event. This is a proof that we can do it, that we can get together, that we can talk, that we can learn from each other, that we can draw from our diversity and resist those fascists, Nazis, those evildoers who are organized. Brother Hafez was talking about Breivik's reference to the BJP and Hindu nationalism. And I wanted to talk about a similar thing, that from my 20-year-long research and studies about causes of genocide, beginnings of genocide, why do these horrible crimes happen? I found out that the right-wing, nationalist, extremist, fascist forces cooperate worldwide. They learn from each other. They share know-how. They support each other. They defend each other. They politically give a backing to each other. They influence world arena. They share resources. They are almost everything that we should be. They show solidarity between themselves. So you can see how, regardless where these atrocities and the crimes are happening, regardless if it's in Bosnia or in India or in Darfur or in China, they back each other. Media are following them. Medias and capitalism is on their side. What is very interesting is that throughout our NGO or civil society work, we don't spend enough time in researching the economical background behind all these fascist dictatorships, all these attacks on minorities, on Islamophobia. Why is the world today, especially in the last 20 or so years, being so Islamophobic? What is lying behind it? Is it a theft of resources? Because what I find out after every and each ethnic cleansing and genocide, a plunder comes afterwards, a pillage of as simple resources as a TV to the very valuable resources like lithium in Rakhine state, like the deposits of minerals that are being eyed by somebody. Even as far as I see it, the Hindu nationalism is not only being fed by the religious hardline fever, but also by these accusations of Muslims being thieves, those who unjustly accumulated wealth. What is lying behind all this dehumanizing tactics? Well, mobilization of ordinary people. It's not only enough to brainwash an ordinary person into presenting other as somebody who is a threat. There is a carrot part of it. In Bosnia, we experienced it in genocide in action, where after every burnt village, every destroyed community, there were hordes of trucks. They're taking a property out. So those who are sanctified by the religious community, saying it's okay, it's your duty, it's your religious responsibility to kill them because they are traitors to faith, they are invaders, they are foreigners, they are threats, they are not humans. There is a current saying is that you can take whatever you want from the house that you burn. You can rape, you can take a truck, you can, and the organizations who are organizing a genocide are benefiting from it as well. It is a tactic being used for a very long time. I would say from the time of Romans, but we don't need to go that far back. We can only read and study how the Nazis used to plug out gold teeth from the murdered Jews, or collect hair, or all these material goods that they did not shy away from. We need to bring this aspect of why is all this happening. It is the process of bringing its own community to perpetrate genocide needs to be researched, so that we need to find the ways how to bring those people back from the brink of committing genocide. We see many signs of forthcoming genocide in India, and this is very visible from the language being used, from the tools at the disposal of the BJP-led government and the society towards dehumanizing Muslims. But what we are not researching is how to prevent ordinary Hindus of taking part in it, because as your learned friend said, in a process of genocide, both the perpetrator and the victim are one who are destroyed. This platform that you have created, obviously with the help of so many of your friends, and this is incredible, we need to use to reach as many people as possible, ordinary people, warn them where they are going to, where they are being led by the BJP, by those who will not shy away from anything to keep in power, to stay wealthy, to preserve their positions, because believe me, that's the people on top, regardless of what group is the only thing that they are interested in. I'm very glad that you invited me. I will share a link on my essay that in more details tell about the situation in Bosnia. It's called Deflating Genocide to Dissolve Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I'm always at your disposal. All the best, brothers and sisters. Dr. Zarni, thank you very much.
Thank you, Demir. He and I just had a long 1 hour conversation on the brewing troubles back in Bosnia. It's at our 4C website, the YouTube series. And the next speaker I am very privileged to introduce is Erin Farrell Rosenberg. She has worked at both the International Criminal Court and International Criminal Tribunal on former Yugoslavia, ICTY, and she is a visiting fellow with the University of Cincinnati College of Law, and she also served as legal advisor to the Sexual Violence Prevention Foundation, and she was the lead author of a report on Rohingya genocide for the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. Erin?
Thank you, Zarni, for that introduction and for organizing this timely and important event. I join those who have spoken before me in expressing my solidarity with the people of India, particularly the Indian Muslim community. I hope that this event will inspire all those listening, Muslim and non-Muslim alike, to redouble their efforts to protect and defend our shared common humanity and the fundamental human right of every person to live free of discrimination, persecution, and violence on the basis of religion. Many today have already spoken about the provisions of the Genocide Convention, the obligation to prevent that is binding on all states, and the clear warning signs that are present today in India. In my remarks, I would like to briefly focus on why the obligation to prevent is so important. This reflection comes from my own experience working in the field of reparations with victims and survivors of crimes against humanity and war crimes. Reparations, or more broadly, the obligation to repair, is understood to be a necessary component of justice. Full justice is not limited to criminal accountability for individuals or establishing responsibility of a state. It requires accountability for the crimes committed and the repair of the harms caused. When the harm caused is not repaired, we cannot say that justice has truly been done. So when we speak of preventing genocide, what is it exactly that we seek to prevent? Is it only the crime of genocide, the underlying acts themselves? I believe that the moral urgency of prevention stems not from the crime of genocide, but the harms caused by genocide. What are these harms? For the single crime of genocide, the one crime of genocide, there is not only one corresponding harm. Genocide causes devastating and unimaginable harms to individuals at the family level, communities, societies, and to the international community at large. For each of these groups, the harms are equally diverse and numerous. They are physical, economic, psychological, and social. We know from numerous studies, including those done on second-generation survivors of the Holocaust and the Rwandan genocide, that these harms carry over, that they are intergenerational, continuing to traumatize and damage future generations. Every single group protected under the Genocide Convention represents a beautiful and important part of the mosaic of mankind. The loss of any group is a tremendous loss to all of humanity. Each of us here today, whether we know exactly how or not, is a potential victim if genocide is not prevented and does take place in India against its minority Muslim population. The goal of reparation, what it means to be considered to be fully fulfilled, is expressed as that the person is returned to the state that they were in before the violation occurred. So reparations means that the person is returned to where they were before. And here is where we must grapple with the immensity of the harms caused by genocide, because the truth is that many of the harms cannot be repaired. In their devastation and destruction, these harms are simply irreparable. So what do we mean when we speak of justice for genocide? When what has been broken cannot be fixed, when what has been lost cannot be returned. I have dedicated much of my professional career to the field of reparative justice, and I believe that it does have an important role when we speak of genocide. Put simply, if we understand that justice means that a person should be able to continue to live their life as if no violation or crime had occurred, and we accept the reality that the harms of genocide are too damaging and catastrophic to accomplish this goal, we must think and we must act differently. We must prioritize meaningful and concrete actions at all levels by individuals, civil society, and states to ensure that no one suffers these harms in the first place. If we cannot repair it, we must not allow it to be broken. I will end my remarks with a simple plea to all those listening, to the people of India and to the Modi government. It is to recognize the value that the Indian Muslim community brings to your communities, to your country, to the world at large, to all of us. Beyond preventing irreparable harm, I hope that we can also celebrate and appreciate how the Indian Muslim community, with its unique traditions and culture, contributes to the richness and wonder of the human experience. Thank you for permitting me to address you today and to be a part of this important event.
Thank you, Erin. The next speaker I'd like to call on is Dr. Gianni Tognoni from Milan. He is the Secretary or General Secretary of Permanent People's Tribunal that was established in the tradition of Russell Sard Tribunal at the height of the Vietnam War. Gianni has been a tireless champion of causes around the world, and he has helped set up I believe at least 40 different people's tribunal to enable victims of different repression, including Rohingyas, Kachin, and Muslims in Burma, as well as Elam Tamil in Sri Lanka, to seek and find some kind of acknowledgement when global governing institutions generally or typically fail to provide justice to different oppressed communities. So without further ado, Gianni. Hello, Gianni. He was here earlier. Hello? Hello, Gianni. Okay. All right. That when he comes back, I will give him the floor. And the so now I will ask Daniel Taylor. Daniel is a tireless refugee rights advocate and fights for asylum seekers' rights in a very, very difficult, some would say, neo-fascist or Neanderthal situation in Australia. And importantly, he was the very first individual in the world to file the crimes against humanity case against Aung San Suu Kyi for her, national responsibility in the crimes committed against Rohingya genocide. But the Australian government derailed that judicial process. This is, this was an extraordinary undertaking for a human rights lawyer to engage in a pursuit essentially against the, the tide of Australian government's, attempt to train the Burmese military and facilitate the corporate investment of Australian corporations in Burma. Daniel. I think you're muted.
Sorry, all. It's an honor to attend this conference and to listen to all the speakers. My colleague Noeline Harendran is also online, and we work together on a lot of refugee issues for Tamil and Rohingya refugees in Australia. One of the issues that we've come across is how serious the disposal of bodies and so forth has been in Sri Lanka, and we've come across cases of people who've been forced to, if you like, bury or participate in the bulldozing of bodies, and the point in Sri Lanka, and the point that I'd make is how the narrative, the control of information, is a really critical juncture for the initiation of genocides and their carrying out and their concealment. And there's a sort of like collaboration between Sri Lanka and Burma, and also Burma and India, and a triangulation between them developing. And what the link of what I wanted to speak about tonight, and many of the commentators here have already have looked at the issue, is the alleged or the massacre, the atrocious massacre of some Hindu villages in Burma, in Rakhine State, from the 25th to the 28th or thereabouts of August in 2017, which was, if you like, stage managed by the Burmese government, the parceling out of information about that in a way which other massacres were suppressed. And I'll just note that UNHCR in October indicated that there was Burmese, it did say also Rohingya, but Burmese-speaking people involved in the massacre. And the tale, it has all the elements of love jihad, if you like, atrocious, just this government propaganda narratives which were spewed out by Aung San Suu Kyi and a small number of witnesses when they returned to Burma, of 500, always 500 allegedly Rohingya Muslims in each village attacking defense forces and so forth. And of course, when they kill them all, they'd managed to recover 12 bullets or something trivial like that. But this type of stage managing of information by the Burmese authority led to the continuation of the Rohingya genocide by creating a situation in the world where they could say, no, these people are actually the real terrorists. And notwithstanding that the Burmese military had it all planned, on that very morning of the 25th, to begin the extermination processes in Ali Tanjore and so many other villages. And the massacre of the Hindus fitted exactly with that pattern. The tales of 15,000 or however many they're claiming, 500 in each village of Muslim Rohingyas rising up with bamboo sticks is just in the face of helicopter gunships and pre-planned assaults by the military. It is ludicrous. And yet this narrative was fed all around the world, and it linked in from the Tokyo Times to the RSS newspapers, essentially labeling Rohingyas as just like ISIS enslaving Yazidis, and Boko Haram is enslaving Christian women in northern Nigeria. So this kind of narrative was published in the modern Tokyo Times and in the RSS mouthpiece, the Hindu Rashtra, and that's in August 2017, and we see shortly thereafter the burning of refugee camps in India, Rohingya refugee camps, and the introduction of the laws in India to grant refugee asylum to Hindu people from other countries, but not Muslims. And so I guess the point what I wanted to make is that we need to focus, we need to deconstruct narratives and not allow, we need to do the intellectual work to challenge the narratives that were put out, like people on the flimsiest of evidence by Amnesty International, and it ought to be ashamed, not only ashamed of itself, condemned for participating in genocide. That is what I would say. The report by Amnesty International was not of a legal standard. It's full of flawed assumptions, and the sad reality is that there's no legal mechanism for a judicial review of that. But it's a genocide document, the Amnesty report, and it has fueled genocide and it has led to death. That's what I wanted to say. And yeah, thank you. You're on mute, Zani.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I can only echo what Daniel said about how the Amnesty report has been used to further demonize and dehumanize and criminalize the presence of Rohingya people in New Delhi. I was at this security conference hosted ironically by Facebook and the one Indian Foreign Ministry linked think tank, and one of the journalists, rather distinguished scholars from Hindu background, sitting next to me, talked about how the Muslims in Burma were slaughtering Hindus, right? So I think this cross-border, cross-fertilization of like fascist ideas is extremely dangerous, and so I just want to endorse what that Daniel said, and I has actually given Amnesty International a run for its money in the different debates on the media. Now I have a pleasure to ask Professor Rafal Pankawski of Warsaw, and he is also one of the founders and directors of the Never Again Association based in Warsaw. He's a very progressive-minded, open-minded thinker, activist, and scholar, so much so that his organization, Never Again Association, is recently banned from teaching children and getting into school districts within Auschwitz, the Auschwitz area, because he is, considered too liberal and, anti-nationalist, because Poland is eclipsed by the rising tide of like right-wing populist nationalism. Rafal.
Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to participate in this important session. Dear friends, namaste, salam alaikum, dzień dobry, greetings and solidarity from the Never Again Association, an anti-racist and anti-fascist organization established in 1996, based in Warsaw, Poland. Poland, the country where the German Nazis and their collaborators ran the extermination centers, including Auschwitz, and conducted the Holocaust destruction of millions of European Jews, Roma, and other groups, other communities. Warsaw, my city, is the city of the Warsaw Ghetto. Then the Nazi imposed segregation of its population, the daily terror and brutality, but also the city of anti-Nazi resistance, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943 and the Warsaw Uprising of 1944. And I think it's appropriate in this context to mention what very few people know about, namely the fact that the last issue of the leading Polish progressive cultural weekly, Wiadomości Literackie, just before the outbreak of World War II in September 1939, was devoted to India and Indian culture, with a special message from Mahatma Gandhi about nonviolence. Well, how symbolic and how ironic at the same time. And in our case, the motto, Never Again, obviously relates to the commemoration of the victims of genocide and totalitarianism in the past, it also relates to the fight against genocide denial and distortion. But importantly, it inspires solidarity with oppressed minorities everywhere, solidarity with struggles for dignity, for equality, and respect for diversity. Before the Holocaust, Poland was one of the most diverse societies in the whole of Europe. Well, diversity, in my view, is a value which needs to be cherished in every decent society. And I believe that India, Myanmar, Poland, and all the other countries can and should be proud of their history of diversity and of their multicultural legacies. Well, fascism is the politics of total cultural homogeneity, which must be resisted and fought against, whatever form it takes, be it online hate speech on big social media platforms, violent hate crime attacks, or discriminatory policies in any field of life. And this struggle, the struggle against fascism, is truly global and a truly common struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafal. May I now call on colleague of Daniel Taylor, who just spoke before Rafal, Noeline Harendran. She will be speaking from Sydney, but she is originally from Sri Lanka, and she's also one of the top fighters for refugee rights in Australia. Noeline?
Thank you, Dr. Zani, for the opportunity. Yes, I do work with Daniel Taylor in Australia. And Daniel mentioned we work with Sri Lankans and Rohingyas, but we work with actually a vast number of refugees, be it Somalian, Iranian, and all these different nationalities. And that's the gift, or that's the calling that we get to do, and it's been a blessing, even though it's challenging. I'd like to address, in terms of this particular conference that's happening at the moment, genocide happens when the world lets it happen. This conference is a tool set up to educate and make aware of the effects, or give us awareness of what genocide is, with all these wonderful speakers. But you can't be complicit with what's going on in the world. In reference to India specifically, we've had the opportunity of representing a few people from India. I've had opportunities with working with people from Orissa, and we all saw what happened there, and we all know what's happening there. In the same way, now this call out for Muslims to be, for a genocide on Muslims in India. This whole thing was not brand new. It was a step-by-step approach. How it starts, it starts through fear mongering. I'm personally Sri Lankan, and I come from a minority myself, and it was always the fear of the minority, whether it be in Sri Lanka, the Tamils, and now the Muslims, thanks to, these Easter bomb blasts that happened in Sri Lanka that apparently Muslims did. And thanks to that one particular incident, which obviously no one's been brought to justice for, we have Muslims in Sri Lanka being, arrested, detained, raped, villages burned, all that happening because we need to get rid of, these extremists and, kill them all. But the problem is, what I urge people to do is actually go and do your own research. Don't let people tell you what to think. Don't let your government let you or brainwash you into thinking that a certain minority is not good for you because of some sort of ideology that the government has said is what they think or preach or whatever it is. And as I said before, what's been happening to the Muslims in India this is not brand new. The Muslims in India have been suffering for years. I was personally aware of a story in a village in India, which I'm not going to name, where a person made a curry and he was murdered for it because they thought he made beef. So the Hindu nationalists came in and beat him to death. Well, there was nobody brought to justice for it. And it's simple things like this. When we are complicit and don't actually raise our voices and say, this is wrong, then we are part of the problem. And, you know, the funny story is when the Jews were murdered in thousands, the world still kept quiet. Nobody actually said that was wrong until it was too late. And I don't think, we don't want another genocide in our hands, not in our watch. And I would like to end with this very famous, it's a poem, but I really liked it, or I've always liked it. It's it's something that I've held close to me. It says, first they came for the communists and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noeline. I'm aware that we are about 10 minutes late and 2 more speakers to come. Dr. Jude Law Fernando is Director of the Intercultural Studies program at the School of Ecumenical Studies at Trinity College, Dublin. And he was the initiator behind Permanent People's Tribunal on Sri Lanka, his native land. He was a Catholic priest there. And, although the group that was targeted by Sri Lankan state was not his ethnic or religious community, he stood up for that group. For that, a Jew could never return to his own native country. He is now assistant professor at the Trinity College, Dublin. Jude?
Yeah, thank you, Sani. Thank you. Thank you very much for organizing this. Let me situate the growing and heightened anti-Muslim attacks in India within a historical and geopolitical setting. I do have a purpose in situating Islamophobia and potential genocide in India against the Muslims in this setting. That is to expose international complicity, as this is an international gathering. And at the end of the day, we have to act wherever we are concretely. A genocide cannot happen without an ideological justification. The intent to destroy the essential foundations of a distinct people, in part or in whole, is formed by a racial ideology. Let's not forget, the seeds of that racial ideology, which we call communalism in India, were first sown by the British Empire. The Hindutva ideology is a result of this colonial practice. But through its historic anti-colonial struggle, India succeeded in building a secular and pluralist state with all imperfections. India, through its visionary and resilient civil society, and some in the political leadership, managed to contain communalism for decades. Is that all? No. Through its foreign policy during the Cold War, India not only distanced itself from the Western axis, which is the birthplace of Islamophobia for 1,000 years, as Noam Chomsky said, but also supported many national liberation struggles, like that of Palestinians, Bangladeshis, and Elam Tamils. With the end of the Cold War, India gradually turned towards the Western axis. And it is at this point we can see renewed levels of anti-Muslim attacks. Globally, communist phobia is now replaced with Islamophobia. The West always wants an enemy to be the savior of the rest. In India, as Ijaz Ahmed says, Congress Party's pragmatic communalism is now transformed into a programmatic communalism by the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP. In this phase, the first major communal onslaught takes place in Gujarat, where Muslims were massacred, raped, and their homes, properties, and businesses were destroyed under the then Chief Minister Narendra Modi's watch. Hindutva hegemony is declared with neoliberal economic reforms by establishing countless Hindu businesses and enterprises in the name of development, both in India and overseas. BJP becomes the ruling party in India by selling Narendra Modi's success story in Gujarat. Though some states like Kerala, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and others did not buy this story at all. Indian corporate media became mercenaries of BJP without an iota of basic human decency. Soon, many multinational companies worldwide enter into joint businesses with Indian companies who are ardent supporters of BJP, like Adanis and Ambanis. Moreover, some of the most racist and militarized states on earth, the USA, the UK, Israel, Saudi Arabia, become key strategic allies of Modi government, turning India's foreign policy upside down. Let's not forget that Pompeo visited last January, before Biden took over, to sign 3 key military pacts. Biden didn't reverse them. Call for genocide of Muslims does not take place in a geopolitical vacuum, therefore. If at all, India joins the USA-UK axis in encircling China. And ideology alone is not sufficient for a genocidal process. It needs hard power, state power, and international backing. Modi government has been emboldened by all those powers through economic, political, diplomatic, and military means. Because of this support, the international network of Hindutva lobby operates freely through many front organizations across the world, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. Western countries who block arrival of refugees and deport thousands of them have happily allowed the Hindutva front organizations to function without any obstacle. In solidarity with millions of great men and women in India who fearlessly today continue to resist oppression of Muslims, Dalits, Adivasis, women, and many other groups, we have to expose the international complicity of multinational companies, including Facebook, and global powers who support the Modi government and its actions, genocidal processes against the Muslim people. By taking the side of the most oppressed religious, caste, ethnic, and gender groups in India, we uphold India to be secular, pluralist, and anti-imperialist. Today, we join hands with all the sisters and brothers in India who resist the most racist government in the history of their country. India was and is and will be secular and pluralist. Let me end with 2 quotations, one from Martin Luther King Jr., other from Malcolm X. Most of my Muslim brothers and sisters in conferences ask me, Jude, You talk about Reverend King. Where is our brother Malcolm? We have eclipsed, obliterated Malcolm X from our discourse on resistance to racism today. Islamophobia begins from there. I quote King first. Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because one's conscience tells one that it is right. End of the quote. Let me quote Malcolm X. You are not to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong, no matter who does it or says it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jude Lal Fernando. In all genocidal situations, victims are not just one single group. The Indian Muslims have come under media spotlight because what they are facing is most acute. But even if you look at my own country of Burma, what Noeline recited, that very famous poem about first they came for the trade unionists and communists. It's so true. Now, like the Burmese Buddhist majority, the troops are coming for them. Like they're burning villages and homes. The same goes for any other places. Cambodia is not just like communists are killing Khmer. They were killing Muslims, Buddhist monks, and Christians, foreign journalists. And so I think it is very important to point out that this event is not about Hindus wanting to kill Muslims, right? This is about Hinduism being manipulated and mobilized by people in power and economic interest for elections or other external interests against a particular minority. And some have argued that even this call for genocidal persecution of Muslims and others is part of the election strategy. It is, that is the extent to which men in power would sink to keep themselves in power. And then Burma is one example, and India hopefully will not become another one. Just one housekeeping. I've got Uzbek, British BBC or former BBC the war correspondent and documentary filmmaker, Sister Shahida, that she has done the very extremely well-researched documentary on Rohingya genocide, and also there are a number of award-winning documentaries that she has made. But I also have Professor Pritam Singh, who just returned. And so what I would want to do is squeeze both Shahida and Pritam Singh in, if Protiti can bear it, if because I think because she's got a little baby, and so I'm extremely conscious of her time. So perhaps what we should do is let Shahida speak first, and then have Protiti play her last number, and then we will have George Matthew, the Singaporean-born Indian, classical conductor, composer, and social activist using music for justice, do the closing. And so, Protiti, is it okay if Shahida speak and then you play afterwards?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, I've got support here, so it's
okay,
totally fine.
If that's the case, to make the event flow better, can I have both speakers speak 5 minutes each, and then you and George Matthew close the the event with your music.
For sure, yes, yes, that's totally fine.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shahida?
I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Zarni, for inviting me to participate in this amazing event. I'm not a great speaker. I'm a better documentary filmmaker. So after the film which Dr. Zarni mentioned about Rohingya genocide, I've just released another film on Uyghur genocide in China. And while we're speaking today, the Winter Olympic Games kicked off in one of the most repressive countries in the world, which also happens to be India's neighbor, China. And many people, including myself, compare this Olympic Games with 1936 Nazi Olympics. Because just like in Nazi Germany, Chinese state or Communist Party of CCP dedicated a huge administrative effort and a clear plan and strategy to destroy about 12 million Muslim minority in Xinjiang. We're talking here not only about Uyghurs, how we call them, it's also ethnic Kazakhs and Kyrgyz and Tatars and Uzbeks. And they went so far that they created they spent huge amount of money, of state money, of course, creating a proper concentration camps. They run a program of sterilization of women. They take children, of Muslim children, to the Han Chinese state-run orphanages. They're destroying the mosques and cemeteries, and they forbid people to speak their language. They're trying to destroy the cultural identity of the Muslim minority in Xinjiang. And while this is happening, and media is crying out about it, and the witnesses and survivors of the genocide are talking about it, still China was allowed to carry out the Olympic Games. And despite numerous boycotts, nobody hears anything. What is for me, I was born and raised in a communist country called Soviet Union, which later became Uzbekistan. We split up. So to me, somebody who has direct experience with communism, there's no difference between nationalist ideology and supremacy and communism, because the end result is to create, one nation with the total disregard of differences in religion, in the culture and traditions, and etc. In the case of China, you have a deadly cocktail of communism dogmas and ideology and nationalism, where they propagate the supremacy of Han Chinese culture and trying to make these Muslims basically Chinese. So they could speak only Chinese, they could think like Chinese, they can pray like Chinese, they can wear stuff which majority of Han Chinese are wearing, and totally forget their culture, which is unacceptable. And to me, somebody who unfortunately or fortunately specializes in a variety of humanitarian catastrophes and genocide, it's still outstanding that some people can watch the films, people can read the news and kind of probably show sympathy to what's happening. But just standing there and observing makes us involuntary complacent people in the genocidal policies, because I think when we realize that people have to be, those responsible for mass killings have to be punished, and we have to demand justice. It doesn't matter where these people are persecuted, be it in China, in Burma, in the case of Rohingyas, or in Ethiopia. We are the same world. India, to me, was always a country of great tolerance and pluralism, and something which always stood out over there. Also, given the great historical connections between Uzbekistan, my home country, and India. At the end of the day, the great Mughals came from Fergana Valley of Uzbekistan at a certain stage of the time. And it pains me to see this drastic slip into this horrid nationalist ideology, unfortunately, the world now is governed, the world politics and the majority of places is governed by populist people whose only claim to power is to stimulate this unnecessary supremacy of one religion, supremacy of one race, or one ethnicity over the others. Whereas we have to realize that the beauty of the world is in our diversity, and we have to respect each other and give each other a hand instead of unlike going to kill and show how better I am than you. This is awful. I'm in the stage of my career when I actually despair seeing that we repeating the same things over and over again. 1936 Olympics in Germany and 2022 Beijing. What's the difference? The only difference is Chinese didn't bring up the gas chambers, but the only reason for them not to gas the Uyghurs because Hitler was running out of time. He knew he's losing the war, so he wanted to kill as many Jews as possible. In case of China, they have all the time in the world to destroy the Muslim population of Xinjiang. So I do appeal to the people of India. Do not slip into this really horrid path. Look at your neighbor and do not repeat what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shahida. Now, may I call on Professor Pritam Singh? Pritam, I had made the introduction about your background, political economist, a leading scholar, and recently retired professor of the political economy at Oxford Brookes University, and he is himself Indian and from Punjab. Pritam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zani, for fitting me in after I missed the opportunity at the slotted time for me. I want to make just 3 points in this 5-minute presentation. One, I want to argue that India's turn towards this majoritarian Hindu nationalism is not something absolutely new and qualitative break with the past. It's embedded in what I call institutional majoritarianism in India, which started right at the formation of the Indian Republic in the Indian Constitution, in Indian institutions, Supreme Court, prisons, universities, media, NGOs, corporate houses. I've written a paper. If someone wants to read it, I'll be happy to send that paper. What has happened is merely the scale of that institutional majoritarian bias which has become deepened. So Hindu nationalism is not something absolutely new. Hindu nationalism was embedded in the creation of New India. So there is a myth, which the earlier speaker also mentioned in an oblique way, that India was an example of pluralism and democracy. It is a kind of myth which is overplayed about pluralism and so on and so forth. Similarly, as a part of that, the massacre of Muslims have been going on for decades. It is only the scale which is massive in 2002. There are so many massacres which took place before the Hindu Nationalist Party came into power and before the so-called secular Congress Party was at the center. And they remained, uninvestigated. Police officials who were involved, they were never tried. So immunity was embedded into the system. So it is, so one point I want to make this, that it is not a total break. It is only an extension, a development of that majoritarian bias which has manifested in the rise of Hindu nationalist government, which is almost neo-fascist government. That's one point I want to make. Second, I want to also point out about the persecution of the Sikhs in India, which many people don't know. Sikhs are only 2% of India's population, less than the number of Christians, which people don't know. The Christians are in fact more than the Sikhs in India, slightly more, but they are both small minorities. But they are a majority population in the Punjab, one region of India, northern region of India, where they're about 60%, slightly less than 60%. And they have been demanding some kind of an internal autonomy, not secession, not separatism. But it was thrusted upon them. The media distorted, totally biased presentation of this, which eventually led to an attack on the holiest temple of the Sikhs, the Golden Temple in 1984, where within few hours, more than 5,000 people were killed. Pilgrims, the priests inside, the militant fighters who were resisting the Indian army, whom the Indian state called them terrorists, and so on and so forth. And two security guards of Mrs. Gandhi, who was the prime minister, they were 6. They were so outraged by that holiest shrine being invaded, they assassinated her. And she was assassinated in the 30th of October, 31st of October. Within 3 days, unimaginable violence was unleashed against the Sikhs in Delhi. Within 48 hours, more than 3,000 Sikhs were massacred in Delhi. They were burnt in their houses, women were raped, and it was an attempt to really culturally erase them, that their holy places were burnt. Young boys were especially picked up, even boys who are there, those are 8 and 9. And many times mothers actually turned their boys into Sikh, daughters, wearing them daughters' dresses to save them, that they will not touch them. So it was an attempt to kill all men, okay, or potential men. So it was really an attempt at genocide. And similar assassinations took place in many other northern Indian towns, Bokaro and so on and so forth. And those guilty people, they were identified, reports identified them, they were never tried. And I made a calculation that if 3,000 people were killed, at least more than 3,000 people were involved in those killings. And those people who are involved, their family members know that, these are the killers. They are the mothers, aunts, cousins, sisters. So more than 300,000 people actually live in Delhi who know that these are the murders and they have not been tried. This is a moral cancer in society, where such a large number of people who are living day-to-day life, they are school teachers, they are traders, they are post office workers, they are government employees, they are working in day-to-day life, they are police officials, and they are carrying on. So many of them probably feel guilty also inside after having done those murders, but they have not been tried. The third point I want to make very briefly is that resistance is developing. But the resistance in India had one problem, that when Sikhs were massacred, no other minority community came to their support. When Assamese were massacred in Northeast India, other parts of India kept silent. Now, when Muslims are massacred in 2002, again, minority communities have not come together. What we lack is a culture of solidarity. That if all communities who are persecuted, marginalized, and subject to these kind of genocide, they come together. Whatever democratic institutions are left in India, they can be utilized and modeled to strengthen. Recent farmers movement was an example. The farmers who are being attacked under the agro-business laws, which would have taken over their agriculture, registered the Indian government. More than 700 farmers died, but they followed a path of peaceful resistance. Eventually, the government had to surrender and remove those laws. That's an example of solidarity and cooperation. So similarly, all the minority communities, regional identities, which are under threat from this majoritarian nationalism, have to come united. That's the only way to bring about institutional change, so that this institutional majoritarian bias which exists in Indian institutions can be eradicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pritam. Very, very quickly. Again, I have to back for Protiti's forgiveness. Dr. Jani just returned after he checked in since the beginning, and he's in Milan. And if you don't mind, I would just give him a few minutes, and then it will be you and George.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for missing. I had to go another place. I followed very closely all the contribution of this afternoon, at least for Italy. I don't think that there are many things to add. I would like to ask some comments based on the experience we have and we are having also still now in the Permanent People Tribunal. We have faced various times the genocide problem since the time. What I think is important and coherently also with many observations made today, that while the problem is back, possibly also now, one of the issues of genocide was the juridical definition. What are the characteristics of which define a genocide? I think what has been clear now over the last many years that the problem is not the definition. Politically, the genocides have differentiated themselves in various types of genocide. There are massive, say, Rohingyas, the expulsion of that was a kind of very bad concentration of things. But then, and the same could be seen for Tamil. But when we have, for instance, made the judgment of Colombia, the genocide is a kind of long-term process, 70 years, where the identity and the existence itself of a people, not simply a minority, the structure of a people is denied as an independent subject of rights. And the fact that the genocide is the really disappearance of the identity of a people with different mechanisms. So now I think that the main problem is that the genocide is no more exaggeration, an event which is separated from a chronic lack of democracy and a chronic imposition of repression in various countries. India, in that sense, is a typical situation, I think, and where in fact the concentration on Islamophobia is important. On the other side, it's clear that Islamophobia is part, as has been said, of a broader problem of use of religions in that sense to cancel identities or to favor practice. Now, is the solution to be found in the juridical side, either with some change in impunity, because impunity is the rule for genocide across the board, with the exception of Nuremberg, because nobody has even, individuals have been condemned for genocide, leaving aside all the structural responsibilities. And in that sense, obviously, international law has made a very simple way of judging genocide. But if the genocide is systemic crimes, not simply individuals are responsible for systems, it is clear that we have to create categories which are no more strictly juridical. And also it's important that impunity should be changed, because if it's not enough just to boycott or to impose sanctions in one individual, the really incredible, ridiculous behavior with respect to the responsibility of the genocide of the Rohingyas, which is more or less recognized but not declared. They are trying to convince that the genocide could be used as a word. It's not used. And on the other side, the fact that the international court is blocked in a situation, I think is important. And the case of India, I think, would be very important because of his composition of various issues and various violations of rights of people, because that could really coincide also with an evolution both on the juridical terms, on the awareness, because that is what is lacking. For years, there was a problem that it is important to have awareness of the Shoah, as if that was the only or the main or the exclusive situation of genocide, while today genocide is component, a normal component, I am not exaggerating, of the policies with respect to many people. I was before discussing for the Kurds. If one takes the history of the Kurds, it is not a formal expressed genocide. There are various fragmented genocides. They have not the right to develop their own identity. And in that sense, I think we are facing with the India also a challenge for international community to declare genocide categorization and the abolition of impunity as one of the indicators of the capacity of the international community of creating categories which are really defending, preventing genocide, not simply trying to discuss whether or not we have a new genocide or a different genocide, is part of the normal political commitment. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gianni Tognoni from Milan, Permanent People's Tribunal based in Rome. Now we have two musical performances, one by Sharad Protiti, and people should check out her ensemble. It's called like a De Gaulle Covers, and you know, the pieces are just so soothing, and especially if we're dealing with issues of genocides, atrocity, racism, and whatnot. And you know, I resort to that kind of music and you know, gardening, tending to the garden to soothe my troubled soul. And so, without further ado, Protiti.
Thank you, Dr. Zani. This will be my third and final song for today. Again, I'm thankful for the opportunity to present a few of the countless works of Rabindranath Tagore on anti-communalism, unity, and world peace. Tagore, also known as the Bard of Bengal, dreamed of a world where all humans would be equal, with no disparity between them. He strongly denounced the caste and the class systems. Moreover, he skeptically scrutinized the construction of the nation on narrow parochial lines. I am not against one nation in particular, but against the general idea of all nations. What is the nation? Tagore asks in his famous essay on nationalism in India. To add more, the tradition of Rakhi Bandhan, meaning to tie a sacred thread around the wrist as an expression of care, was used by Tagore to protest against growing communal polarization and prevent the Bengal partition in 1905. Following Tagore's call, hundreds of Hindus and Muslims in Kolkata, Dhaka, and Sylhet came out in large numbers to tie Rakhi threads as a symbol of unity and to give people a message of harmony. Written in 1884 in the following song, Rabindranath envisaged a world of peace which people with desolate hearts have been longing for. He looked for a world without darkness, a world without grief and misery. He looked for a heart with purity and life with strength. He abhorred subjugation of people along imagined divisions and believed it is love and unity that make people great. Before I begin, here is the translation of the song in English. With thirsty eyes looks up the human race. Let on earth rain showers of peace. Let all darkness disappear. Let no sin of undue attraction exist. Let there be no sorrow, no repentance. Let the heart be pure, life be strong. Let all obstacles disappear. Why is there so much envy, so much pretense? Why so much of misunderstanding? Pour out your love into the stony hearts and let victory be yours. Borishudhara mache shantirubari. Borishudhara mache shantirubari. শুষ্ক হৃদয় লয়ে আছে দাঁড়ায়ে, শুষ্ক হৃদয় লয়ে আছে দাঁড়ায়ে, ঊর্ধ্ব মুখে নরনারী। বরিশধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, বরিশধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি। না থাকে অন্ধকার, না থাকে মোহপাপ, না থাকে শোক পরিতাপ। না থাকে অন্ধকার, না থাকে মোহপাপ, না থাকে শোক পরিতাপ। হৃদয় বিমল হোক, প্রাণ সবল হোক, বিঘ্ন দাও অপসারি। বরিশধরা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, বরিশধারা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, কেন এ হিংসা দেশ, কেন এ ছদ্মবেশ, কেন এ মানব অভিমান, কেন এ হিংসা দেশ, কেন এ ছদ্মবেশ, কেন এ মানব অভিমান, বিতর বিতর প্রেম পাষাণ হৃদয়ে, জয় জয় হোক তোমারি, বরিশধারা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, বরিশধারা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, শুষ্ক হৃদয় লয়ে আছে দাঁড়াইয়ে, ঊর্ধ্বমুখে নরনারী, বরিশধারা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি, বরিশধারা মাঝে শান্তির বাড়ি। Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Protiti. It's been absolute privilege to listen to you live, and people should just Google "of God and green." It's absolutely mind-blowingly soothing. And now we come to the final part of the program, and music has always been a part of human struggle. You know, the people who study the American South know that the blues and other forms of music came out of pains of the enslaved Africans. Right? So I think, like, you know, on this subject, the person who can deliver his understanding most eloquently is George Matthew. He's a very talented musician who uses his musical talents for justice and greater humanity. George.
Thank you, Zarni. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm using an external microphone. Just want. Could I do a quick sound check with everybody and just see if the sound is good? Is that all right?
Yes.
Can you hear? Great. Just a word of introduction to what exactly it is that my organization does. My organization, Music for Life International, uses music as a vehicle to create social impact and public diplomacy for the most vulnerable of our fellow human beings. We have in our work presented a number of global humanitarian concepts, which we like to think go beyond just the performance, the public performance, but rather brings humanitarian issues to a public stage. In our case, since we are located in New York at Carnegie Hall in New York City. A couple of years ago, we presented our 8th concert, it was, called Beethoven for the Rohingya. And it was a performance of the 9th Symphony of Beethoven, dedicated to the situation faced by the Rohingya people and other minorities in the ongoing genocide in Burma. And it was also a way for both our performers and our audiences and the communities that we all came from to voice our solidarity with our Rohingya family in Myanmar, and indeed with all those who are victims and survivors of genocide everywhere where it happens. As far as this situation is concerned, we've heard so much, and I'm not a political scientist or a sociologist and would like to go to music. And I told Zarni last week that, the best thing probably after 5 hours is probably to just listen to some music with no context, simply just have a place to reflect and meditate. And after hearing everybody, I've had to change my mind and do something with a little bit of context. You may all know that last week, on the 26th of January, was Republic Day, the celebration of the creation of the Indian Republic in 1950, January 26th. And as part of the Republic Day celebration, since the very beginning, was a performance granted in a slightly outdated military format of the military bands of India, of the Indian Armed Forces, playing a version of Mahatma Gandhi's favorite hymn, is what we have been told. In fact, it is an old British Anglican Christian hymn, which Mahatma Gandhi loved. And I suspect he loved it not so much because of the beautiful music, which it is, but because of the words. The first verse, I'll just read out for you. Abide with me. It's a sort of prayer to a universal God. Abide with me. Fast falls the eventide. The darkness deepens. Lord, with me abide. And this is the thing I think appealed to him the most. When other helpers fail and comforts flee, help of the helpless, oh, abide with me. And there's something there that really addresses the situation of the voiceless, and those of us who have a voice are in fact acting on behalf of a larger community, a divine community, if you will. We represent more than the sum of our parts. And so I thought I should play this hymn, Abide With Me, so you can get a taste of it. And as I was playing, I realized maybe there's a little exercise we can go through together. The hymn only takes 60 seconds. So I'll play it for you. This is Abide With Me, a tune by William H. Monk, British composer from the early 19th century.
George?
Yes?
Do the rest of us need to turn the microphones on?
No.
Okay.
No. So that was Abide With Me, or the tune. Eventide is the name of the tune. But what I think most of us, including myself as a trained musician, all of us tend to hear is the uppermost voice, the dominant voice, what in musical terms we call the soprano voice or the treble voice, and that is this. Right? And what is happening, that is the dominant voice. if you will, that is the voice of the majority that is easiest to hear. But the thing that makes this so rich, the thing that makes all processes of diversity so rich, is all the other voices that there are three other voices that we don't really hear because we are not accustomed to listening. And so what I'd like to do is to play first just the bottom voice, the lowest voice, the bass, and then the three voices that are not, if you wish, if you will, the majority, the most present. And you'll see what they bring to the picture. So this is the tune. That's the dominant voice. This is the lowest voice. We weren't aware of that for the most part. I mean, unless you're a real trained musician, sort of aiming down to hear that, that doesn't reveal itself as easily. And yet it is such a critical part of what happens. Now, here are the three lower voices, if you wish, the minority voices, without the tune. Now, most of you know the tune, I suspect, so you can sing along in your ears, or you can sing aloud with your microphones muted, and you'll see. Yeah. So that is the richness and the work and the cultural contribution, if you will, of three minority voices that are not so obvious. Now, let's listen to the whole thing once through, and you see what happens and how we suddenly become aware when we listen down below the surface. And this is something that I would say you can only listen if you're familiar. And if we don't have in the larger community whether it's here or pre-World War II Germany or the United States or in India, we don't have minority acquaintances or contacts. That's hard to come by. But now that you've heard those voices, let's listen to the whole thing. it's a bit strange that a 19th century English hymn could be a metaphor for the incredible diversity that is India. And yet it's always there among us, wherever we look. And so thank you, Zarnif, and all of you distinguished colleagues for being here. And it's an honor, and we hope your voices will reach the people who need to be reached in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. That was really enlightening. And also, I just need to mention two things. One is that the Turkish musicians have sent their pieces. They're rather long, 50 minutes each. So we just have to skip the playing the recording, but I'll make sure that you have access to them through email. And also there was a Burmese musician, very famous dissident musician, who wanted to play, but he finally found his guitar at a church in northern Burma. He had to flee. He and his wife had to flee a state of Loiko, where the bombs, airstrikes and ground assaults were happening. So they could only pick up, essentially their essentials, and so had to leave guitar and everything. The internet's not also good, so he's in somewhere safe, but in a place where he's unable to perform, and he sends his apologies. And so I thank everybody. It's been almost 6 hours. It's amazing that I also had to stop drinking water about 10 o'clock in the morning so that I could sit through this. And what else? This event has been made possible, not monetarily, but spirit of solidarity, all kinds of help from people around the world. The Genocide Watch, the Documentation Center of Genocide in Cambodia, Interstate Crime Initiative at the Queen Mary University of London in UK, and then the Hindus for Human Rights in the US, and then Indian American Muslim Council, the largest Indian Muslim organization of that sort, faith-based organization, and last but not least, Never Again Association based in Warsaw. Thank all the organizational endorsers. It's been enormous privilege to hear all your thoughts, and also I thank every one of you. I'll be in touch, and if you have written comments, or if you want to write up anything, and please send them to me. I will compile them and try to place them in different media outlets that may be empathetic to the Indians who have come under severe state repression. And thank you, and have a good night, or have a good rest of the day wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.